Hello, hello, how's it going, everybody? Hope y'all are doing well. It is Wednesday, my dudes, and we're back with some more Lies of P for today. Alright, let's jump right back in here. Get this thing fired up. Alright, so yeah, today is the 20th of September. Tomorrow is the 21st, and the DLC for Resident Evil 4 should be coming out tomorrow. I was kind of forgetting tomorrow being Thursday, so I might I was originally thinking I might take tomorrow off to catch up on work and then maybe stream Friday. I may instead do that the other way around and see if we can do all of the Resident Evil 4 DLC in one stream tomorrow, assuming I'm feeling up to it and all that. If not, we can do it Friday. I don't mind being like a day late, but yeah, we will more than likely end up doing that tomorrow. I gotta remember to reinstall Resident Evil 4 tonight so I can get that done ahead of time. Anywho, let's see. Yeah, so we left off. We had beaten, I guess you could say, chapter 5. Let me look at this thing. Yeah, so I don't know if there's technically, excuse me, potentially any more to chapter 5 that we need to do, but we at least beat the boss fight of this area. One other thing that occurred to me, or what I was thinking about anyway, here in the Path of the Pilgrim, we found like a shack that had no entrance to it, and there was clearly like a chest inside. You could see through the windows. I happened to be looking at somebody else's stream and saw that they too, like, when they went through this area, couldn't find an entrance, so I don't think that I was just being, oblivious or anything. I suspect that we just have to find some other way in here. Or one thing that occurred to me was like we got that codex thing a while back from like I can't remember if it was anything involved with the Trinity key the first time, but we found like a codex. We brought it to Vanini. Then he told us we had to go after deciphering it. We had to go back to like the bridge in the beginning of the game. Where the Mad Donkey fight is. Shoot down a treasure off the puppet that gave us a clue to go find another building. And then when we went in there, we found like the owl doctor's costume, but also something else. I forget what else was in there, but the whole point is like it could be like another codex sort of thing. So maybe because the door to that as well as the puppet, like those things weren't interactables until we got those clues. So I'm wondering if it could be one of those where you just can't open the door or whatever to that shack or whatever entrance it may be until you find like a codex to be deciphered. That's a possibility. But I did also remember seeing like a ladder in that area from that was like something you'd have to get to from a different side, and none of where we went in that place kind of led to there. So probably we're gonna find some other like shortcut back from a different area. Okay, so I just looked at, while we were looking at this thing, I saw Antonia here on Hotel Krat, which means she has something for us here. I thought I talked to her before, but let me just try again.
Hurry up. I heard from Geppetto. Rosa Isabelle Street is ever so dangerous, I'm told. I hoped we wouldn't have to unlock the passage there. But if we want to stop this disaster once and for all, I fear we've no choice. Geppetto and I care about you very much, you know. Stay safe. For both of us. I feel like my time is slowly coming to an end. However, it's a nice feeling to know that someone waits for you. That someone cares. Please take care out there.
All right. So the Rosa Isabel Street key. I guess that's where we're supposed to go next, actually, because I didn't even really think about that until just now. That the Malum district or whatever it's called, where we finished up last time, just actually leads back to the hotel when you find the secret golden coin fruit tree, which is over that way. it leads through like the little secret door that I knew was a secret door. Back through here. So there's like nowhere else to go from the Malum district except for, like I said, that weird ladder that seems to be something that we have to find from a different way that leads back to the area, I mean. So hopefully we'll figure that out, as well as however you're supposed to get into that shack later. Alright, let's progress here. Turn this down for myself a little bit. It's slightly loud in my ears. One other thing too, hang on 1 second. There we go. Okay. What else? We did get our saber to +6. I think in the future, I don't know if I'll end up doing like another playthrough at some point, whether on stream or off stream, but I do want to try like a more strength oriented weapon. The dex weapons, at least the rapier, seems okay, but like I've noticed, especially because like a lot of people seem to have started with like the Path of the Bastard, like the damage output of this weapon is so much lower compared to even like the saber, and certainly the Great Sword of Fate. You have to hit a lot more with this weapon, and that's not unusual, you know, for like lighter weight dex based weapons. You would kind of expect it to work that way. But I think the downside to starting with the rapier, like it's a good mobility weapon, but you really have to kind of like stab a lot to take some enemies down. And if it was just a simple like you know, you press the button once, you stab, whatever, you kind of can work it that way. But anytime you want to do like a charge attack, it locks you into like this, it's like a 3-hit or a 4-hit combo or something, if you want to do, especially if you're trying to knock something down into the stagger state when you're taking advantage of that window. And it just seems like a long ass animation to have to deal with compared to like the saber, which is kind of, I mean, I wouldn't call the sabers fast, but it's not slow either. Right, so I guess we're technically still in the hotel here. Doesn't look like we can mess with any of these other doors though. But yeah, I do kind of want to like fuck around with the different weapon combos. It's just, like I said, because weapon upgrade materials seem to be in kind of short supply. I mean, they do drop. Like, as you go through the game, like, enemies start dropping other materials, which is nice. But so far, I haven't really found much in the way of, like, Crescent Moonstone. It just always seems like whenever you're trying to upgrade another weapon, you're not going to be able to have something that's, like, on par with the weapon you already have been upgrading. And I will say that that's a little bit of a, I would consider that to be a little bit of a design flaw, to be honest. Like, if I was going to make this game, like exactly what it is, there's not many things I would change aside from that one boss fight that kind of sucks. It's, mechanically speaking, I don't think it's a good thing that you can only kind of upgrade one weapon, like to maximum stats, because with the way that this game is set up, where they clearly want you to kind of experiment with different things, this means that you're either going to intentionally inhibit yourself by upgrading different weapons, and they will therefore be less upgraded, or you're going to hold off until you find something that you really like, and then you'll upgrade that, but who knows when you'll find it. If there's a New Game Plus of this game, it probably won't matter much at all by then. But in your first game, it's just like, you can see right now that my Puppet Saber Blade is +6, right? To get it to even +3, you got to find Hidden Moonstone. It's like 1 Hidden Moonstone for +1, 2 for +2, and then 4 for +3. So you need a total of 7 per like group upgrade. So for the first 3 levels, you need 7 total. As you're progressing through the early areas, that's all you're going to find is 7. Until you beat, like, until you progress enough that you can start finding more Hidden Moonstone, because you can only find, like, specific ones. Or you might find a little bit more than 7. You might find like 1 or 2 others if you're very thorough, because I might have even missed one somewhere. But the point is, like, if you're trying to upgrade like a secondary weapon, you're only going to get it to like a +1 or maybe a +2. You're not going to be able to get them both to +3. When you get into later areas, or like the up to about the middle where I am now, you'll start having enough to, of the Crescent Moonstone to be able to upgrade to +4, +5, +6 is the same thing. You need 7 total, but you're not going to find enough extra pieces to upgrade anything else to, that degree either. Again, maybe you'll get it up to +4, maybe you'll get it up to +5, but certainly it's not going to be a +6. What I'm saying is that because that stuff gets attached to the blade, and there doesn't seem to be a way, unless you can do it with golden coin fruit, which I'll leave that caveat out there, since that seems to be something tied to like respecking. The one thing that just kind of sucks about that is if you're just like, you know what, I found this booster glaive, for example, it has the blade part is the same type of blade as the saber. It's just heavier and slower, but the moveset is the same, the damage type is the same, and it has Storm Slash just as well. Same for this like bramble curved sword blade. They're basically the same weapon type or blade type. Even though this one's actually a great sword and these two are just sword. But the cool thing about that is, like, I could have the same moveset by having the saber handle, because the moveset is determined by the handle. I could have the same moveset and put like the booster glaive blade on there, and I would still then get Storm Slash and the same damage type and all that. However, I would get I would get more damage per attack because the base damage of the booster glaive blade is higher because it's a greatsword. It is heavier and therefore also slower. So while I will have the same moveset, it'll swing a little slower than the saber blade. Plus, the weight in general is its own potential downside if you don't want to be heavy. But that's something to keep in mind, is you're just like, okay, well, maybe I don't mind the slower speed and I just want to use the booster glaive. That's cool if that happens, if that's where you want to be. But then you run into the issue of, as soon as you're trying to do that, by the time you found this, maybe you've already upgraded your saber a bunch, and now you just don't have the things to really upgrade the booster glaive. You can still upgrade it, much like I did with this dagger here, but you're only going to get it up to like a certain amount. So you won't be able to use this as like your main weapon going forward unless you just start saving the materials that you find and just not upgrading your main weapon that you've been using. And that's where I have like a little bit of a criticism, because I just think it's fine to not give you extra like advanced stuff, to be like, maybe you don't want too many weapons to get too high, or you don't want to like give people like too much stuff that would allow them to like go higher than the intended weapon level. But there's no problem with being able to have like 2 +6s at the same time you would normally have 1 +6, because it would just allow you to experiment more. There's literally no like overpowered downside to that. Hey Ari, how's it going? Good to see you. How's your day been? So yeah, that's definitely a little bit of a criticism I have, and maybe maybe it'll open up more as the game goes on. But because like I ended up doing like a boss fight with the salamander dagger just because I liked the speed of it and the fire damage on this one particular super shitty boss. But it certainly would have been better because like at the time this was already a +5, and it would have been great if this could also have been a +5. And I just don't think it would really throw the game balance to have at least 2 +5 weapons as a possibility. Beyond that, I don't think it's a big deal, but I think even if you had to farm for them, I don't think it would be like, I don't think it would in any way break the game to be able to farm up those materials. The game kind of doesn't really let you do that, which I think is just very silly. Like outside of that, I don't think it's, anything else so much has been too much of a bad design. It's just that it's one thing that inhibits you from trying to switch away from a weapon that you've gotten used to and have been building into, because, you know, I'm not overly attached to the Saber. I wouldn't mind switching it out for something else, but, you know, I can't optimize as much as I would want to because of that upgrade stone limitation. Like, even now, I could, just because...
Rosa Isabel Street, the entertainment district. You might call it extravagant. Operas, operettas, street concerts, all running 24/7. Adelina Corday, the singer in the red dress. Oh, she was the most famous of them all. The legendary prima donna. Well, I'm not sure if she's still alive, so while the past tense makes sense, it's getting a little depressing.
Sorry. I didn't want to talk over Gemini, and I had to get my dog to lay down as well. Finished packing, so now some Valorant and then some more studying. How about you? As your Liza P been? Pretty good overall. I was just kind of like explaining, as you heard there, about like one criticism I have about the way upgrades work in this game, but I don't find it to be like a bad mechanic. I just think it could be done better. But yeah, the game has been pretty good so far. There's only really been like one boss that I thought was in dire need of a redesign. The Witch's Tower and Princess, the final performance by Adelina, the greatest prima donna experience, their passionate notes, stories. Okay. But yeah, the game it's like pretty well polished. It's fun to play. The mechanics overall I enjoy, even though it is a bit of a mishmash of like different Souls style games and stuff. No, this is the full release now, Ari. It officially came out on like yesterday. Ouch. I've been playing it since Saturday. I mean, I potentially could have even played it on Friday, like afternoon. But yeah, because I got the deluxe edition, which comes with a little bit of early access. So I could have played it potentially even earlier than I did, but I did play it fairly early already. I have someone to talk to here. Witch's Tower and Princess poster. The Witch's Tower and Princess, the comedy praised by audience and critics alike. The Estella Opera House will be presenting its grand finale. It's the last work of the best writer of Krat, Coppelius Kempelen, as well as the last performance of Red actress Adelina Corday, the greatest prima donna of our time. The greatest adventure of an evil witch, a gallant knight, and a beautiful princess awaits you. Come join an unforgettable experience of laughter, tears, and thrills. Just like, lady, do you need a lozenge here? Like, I'm trying to talk to my stream here.
Who are you? Ah, my stalker friend. I was worried the puppets had come back. They're demons. They won't give us a moment's peace. Even an elderly lady like me. They wouldn't even let the dead rest if they had the petrification disease. Drives a lady to drink, it does. Which reminds me, I could use a proper tipple. There's a wine called La Bleuie. When I was younger, they called it the Ruby of the Heavens.
I think you mean Le Blueies.
I'm sure there's still some left in
That's
the
what I
wine
was calling
cellar
it
at
yesterday.
Lorenzini Arcade. You're an enterprising lad. Bring it to me and I'll give you something nice in return.
Okay. Gotta find her some Le Blueies. Cluster grenade. Nice. We like finding throwable weapons, because I feel like we're always in short supply. Just make sure there's no item hidden here. Okay, good. What was I gonna say now? Yeah, so the game, it's fully out. I wouldn't be surprised if at some point they decided to patch a boss or two, just seeing some of the difficulty of some of these boss fights. I mean, the game is supposed to be difficult, don't get me wrong, but I was very taken aback by how difficult the fourth boss was. Now, some of that is just due to some jankiness that the boss has. Like, I don't think it's entirely intentional. That like some of the hitboxes are a little inconsistent based on like the positioning of the boss. Um, but beyond that, there's clearly intended difficulty stuff like that were intentional choices they made that I'm just a little even surprised they went as far as they did for something that's supposed to only be the fourth boss in the game. Because even for me, like I don't usually get stuck on FromSoft bosses for more than a little while. Like most bosses, even on a first attempt, will take me something like 10 tries maybe. Usually like my average is probably only a few tries, but and that's not to like sound braggy. I'm just very experienced when it comes to Souls games, so I just kind of generally know what to expect. And can therefore usually kind of like defend myself appropriately when it comes to most of these fights, like to dodge within the appropriate timing. You know, when I played Elden Ring for the first time, you know, granted the game wasn't even out yet, there were certainly fights that took me like multiple tries. But like even Millennia I didn't struggle with too poorly. But certainly like yeah, there's times when it's just like I think a lot of it comes down to is just like those fights are designed to be consistent even though they're meant to be very difficult. And in this game, when it came to that particular boss fight, uh they it was difficult, but it also just felt very inconsistent, and I felt like that was why I just got stuck on it for a while, to the point of being kind of frustrated. But I was feeling a little bit validated, at least, because I thought I was like maybe going to be the only person, and I was just fundamentally missing something. But then every time, like I looked into a few other people's streams or VODs, when they got to that point, like it seemed like just about everybody was getting stuck on that fight. Apparently, some people made it past without too much difficulty, and I don't know if they just got lucky or what happened, if they're just truly god gamers. But it seemed like a lot of people were getting very, very stuck on that boss fight, like for hours and hours, even longer than it took me. And I feel bad that anyone had to be as stuck as I was, or even worse. Um, but yeah, that's something that I would normally never recommend this, but that is a boss fight that I feel honestly deserves a patch. Either for them to find a way to make his hitboxes more consistent, or just in general to have maybe not have too so much HP, or just maybe not do quite so much damage. I don't know what it needs specifically, but something about it needs to be polished a little bit, because by the time you get to that fight, unless you're intentionally like just spending a lot of time in the levels trying to like farm up leveling, to farm up extra stats so you can be strong by that point, like by the time you get to that fight, you're going to be about as strong as you can possibly be, without literally farming levels, because that'd be the only other thing you could possibly do. Uh, and even if you do that, I don't think it's going to make the fight much easier. The only other thing, like I could have made the fight easier by summoning a Spectre, but I just prefer not to do that. But there is that option technically. I just think that like when it comes to games like this, you shouldn't necessarily have to summon help just to beat a boss. Like it's good that those options exist, so you don't necessarily have to fix the game to make it easier or something like that. But it shouldn't be a requirement, you know, and it certainly wasn't. I was able to beat the boss without it, but it took a lot of doing to get there. Anyways, give me 1 second, guys. Sorry to just be like standing here. My dog is being a little antsy. I'm not sure why. Let me just check on him real quick and see if he needs something. I'll be right back. All right, I'm back. Apologies for the wait. I had brought him in here with me at the start of my stream, and then my roommate had not quite left yet, but then did, so I guess he thought maybe he was missing something out there. But we seem to be calm now. Alright. Cisco says hi, by the way. Anyway, you know, overall, I'm still really liking the game, despite, like, it having some flaws here and there. Like, here as it is, I have enough, like, just to address the criticism I was talking about before. I could probably get enough Crescent Moonstone and certainly Hidden Moonstone to upgrade a different weapon if I want to, so that at least by this point I can have like another +6. It's just that when you could officially get a +6 initially, you know, any other weapon you're going to have just feels a little too far behind. It's fine to be like, okay, you're only going to have one +6, but being able to at least get a second weapon up to like a +5 or even a +4 would probably, you might even be able to do a +4, but I think a +5 would be good, just so that you have at least something as a backup if you want to try something else without having it being like several levels behind. I feel like they just need to put in a few more resources for you to make that a little bit more realistic. Artist Doodle. Puppets are the most beautiful of beings. Even their human masters are incomplete beings in comparison. Creations more perfect than their creator, the creator who created them. Which would you praise? Oh, wait. The creator who created them, which would you praise more? Yeah, I guess I did read that correctly. It just sounded like I didn't. Okay. I guess we got everything over here. Just double checking really fast. That's a shortcut door. I think we got everything over there. Seems like it. I don't believe there was anything else on this side, right? Maybe we can hear, like, the opera house or something, but... or at least somebody singing opera. Let's see, how many... we have 1 Crescent Moonstone right now. 8 Hidden Moonstone is enough that I could level up a... you know, a second weapon like the Booster Glaive to +4 right now, but that'd be the highest we could get. Now, obviously, because this is already +3, we've gotten even more than 8 Hidden Moonstone previously. And because I've been using this as kind of a side weapon, I'll probably continue upgrading it, although I do kind of want to upgrade the Booster Glaive potentially, just so I can make it like a stronger version of the Puppet Saber. It's slower, but basically I could just turn this into like a heavier blade that will attack slower but do more damage. In fact, its base damage is already almost as high, or like literally is as high, I think, as this one. Yeah, they're exactly equal already. So even though this is not upgraded, it does the same amount of damage that this does, just because it's a great sword, I guess. I mean, the base damage is lower, but the scaling is the same. Although, if I switch the blade out onto that, it'll probably do less. I think the Booster Glaive itself, just because the scaling is different, it'll probably show up as less when I actually switch it to the other handle. But frankly, I don't think it'll be that low, because this thing had high base damage to begin with, just the blade itself. So the point is, even if I upgrade this to like a +3, it might already outdamage this blade. It's just, the trade-off is just that it's heavier and slower for the extra damage. Oh my god, the opera singer is in your game. I kept looking for the tab that was making the opera noises. I'm sorry. Twas me. Got a maid puppet. She seemed, I don't know why, but she seemed like extra creepy. I think it's the fake smile on her face. with like the red glowing eyes. Right, so yet another shortcut door. Alright, I knew you were gonna blow up, I just wasn't sure how. At first, when it broke the thing open, I saw its chest glowing. I thought it was gonna shoot like a laser at me or something. Oh my god, that does so much damage. I don't know if it would have one-shot me if my health had been full, but you might even be able to kind of like block the explosion, but did not quite get out of the way in time on the second one, clearly. Alright, no problem. Wait, what? I thought if I held it, I'd still get like a double attack there, but I guess if it's from out of a run, it doesn't work quite that way. Like, make no mistake, this saber is still a really good weapon. Like, it's... Despite the fact that, like, enemies get stronger, you know, as we go and stuff, and we don't quite, like, two-shot things anymore, we'll have to three-shot them again. Like, that's still good DPS, considering. What I want to try to do is get them to... Yeah. I think you're better off, because I had a feeling they might just explode after a certain amount of time. You're better off getting them to trigger themselves and then just getting the hell out of dodge. If you can. Otherwise, we're gonna have to like find a way to kill them before they even get a chance. Falcon Eyes could help with that, or more specifically, the puppet string would be good if I had it equipped here. Just to pull them at me so I could kill them before they activate their charge. Okay, you get a lot of boys down there. I can't tell. It kind of looks like the ones that are sort of fidgety down there. They look stationary. I don't know if they're going to be like turrets. Like if they're going to, like, as enemies, if they're going to like throw stuff at me or shoot stuff at me, or if they just kind of are more of a hindrance when you get close. Alright, let me not go down there just yet, though. A different way down that we can go here. Oops. Special report, foreigner's confession. I really expected there to be some more self-destruct bots as soon as we drop down. The alchemists paved the way for Krat's golden age, and no one denies that fact. But what if instead of gold they were to cause an unprecedented disaster? Being a reporter, I received a surprising message from an informant who was once an alchemist himself. It's about a stranger from across the ocean, an alchemist from the Far East who was once famous in Krat. He learned of the group's secrets and quit, and he now uses a different identity out of fear for his safety. The relic of Trismegistus, I don't know, is not just a simple ergo mine. That place is dangerous. My source claimed that the alchemists have an ulterior motive, one not for the benefit of the city, and that they have a very risky plan involving ergo. The conspiracy theory about how hundreds of people can die sounded preposterous, but this evidence provided had a surprising amount of credibility to it. So as a reporter, I spent months with an informer and was able to see the dark side of Krat. I intend to deliver my report for the benefit of the citizens. The rest is severely damaged. Publication of this text was banned for spreading false information, promoting social unrest. Additionally, reporter Medoro has been suspended indefinitely from our newspaper. We apologize to the citizens for any trouble. Sounds like conspiracy. Ooh, It's not creepy at all. Just a little, probably self-destruct bot crying in front of the fireplace. Oh, that's not what it was at all. It's a baby bot, and it's actually surprisingly strong. Ooh, me no like you. It seems like they have basically the exact same moveset as the crawlers that were in the factory. Except they don't get like turned around after they do like a regular swipe at you. God damn, who the fuck would want one of these? I mean, maybe this is not what they normally look like, these baby puppets. And they also look to all be like ripped in half. Weird. Alright. I love how its head just like spun around. That was cool. Alright, we can go upstairs or downstairs. We should probably go up first. I thought I was hearing somebody walk around there. Legion plug. Alright, we can make another Legion arm if we want to. I might want to give the Aegis one a try, the shield. I don't really want to necessarily use a shield a lot, but that one isn't... It's not like just a regular old shield, like... I think it still probably consumes Legion to block with it, but also I guess it like it's kind of offense and defense rolled into one. Like when you defend something with it, like it creates like a little explosion or something like that. Ow. Okay, let me out of the combo, please. Get dusted. Saw blade. All right. You know, because they have dusters. Hee hee. Alright, so yeah, the upstairs was just a shortcut. I guess there's not really anything else in here. Just head down to the street level now. Bar and grill. The fuck? Some interesting decor there. Oh, they've got guns. Do they all have guns, or is it just these ones? Ow. Oh, wow. That... Okay. Jesus Christ. I mean, you know, it's not like you shouldn't expect guns to hurt. It's just that normally in these kinds of games, guns don't usually actually hit as hard as melee attacks do. But in this, it seems they do. They made them pretty strong. I was very focused on trying to avoid that dude's bomb throw. So basically everything on that street has ranged attacks, and they're going to be annoying. Won't be too much of a problem though. We just gotta make our way carefully. Thank you. We just won't even bother trying to aggro. Well, maybe we should. This is actually like a quicker shortcut over here, technically. Hey, Ann, how's it going? Good to see you. How is your day going? Yeah, because if we just slide down here, we might be in aggro range of this guy immediately is the only thing we have to be careful of. Okay. I kind of want to... Ow. Still not dead. That did not reach you. Wow, they can just keep on throwing. Okay. Alright, they're not strong. That's kind of what I expected. Certainly hoping that would be the case. Alright, Legion magazine. Might even need to end up using at some point. Alright, I got my own gun, buddy. Because wandering in there to fight these guys just seems like such a bad idea. I thought maybe there was going to be a sneaky way past them. We could have broken these. And then you can kind of sneak around behind them, because that would certainly work out like a lot better. It'd be nice if you could like lure these guys. Working, wish I was gaming. Yeah, I know how you feel. And I am gaming right now, but I get it though. Okay. Let's actually use a Legion magazine for once. I have a bunch of these. Wow, that does not give you much at all. What? Great invisible. Oh, good. No, no, no. I want you to come this way. Keep coming. Yes. Yes. Okay. Alright. Hopefully we only really need to clear them out once. I'm sure there's like a more viable means of just kind of running by these guys if you need to, but... Dancers. Okay. Let's take a look at that. Link retreating / guard parry. So it's a dexterity greatsword. Just want to see what it looks like. Oh, this is what Fox was using. That's cool. Yeah, that should be everything over there. I love the circus sign. Like we've... I don't assume we'll run into any more circus stuff. We already... I mean, technically we didn't go to a circus. We just dealt with the parade master, but... It's at least circus-y. Let's see, we could go back and restore our stuff, but... I think we just press on at this point. Won't be hard to come back if we die. We can ignore most of the enemies that we just fought. That being said, this area is looking a little arena-esque. Maybe not quite a boss fight, but at least a mini-boss.
What a beautiful puppet.
You're alive?
You are.
Oh, that sucks.
I can hear your springs even if you try to hide
Never
them.
mind. That's you up there.
Musicians have keen ears, you know. Would you like to sing for me like your friends?
I really thought I was talking to the puppet for a second there.
The sound of your cries will be especially sweet. Let's have an encore performance of Pain for the Red Actress, Adelina Corday.
Yeah, I don't know if we'll beat her or not, but we'll give it a try.
I dedicate this performance to my
Oh, you have
sister,
iframes?
Adelina.
Now, you got yours off first. Good for you. Good for you. Damn, your shit is so fucking fast. Like even like preparing it well ahead of time, I can. Will you please let me out? Thank you. Just an infinite chain combo or what? Finally. I'm gonna have to learn how to parry this bitch. I parried. Come on now. Man, okay, the camera kind of fucked me a little bit there. It like,
You stole my sister from me, rotten puppets.
Jesus Christ. Alright. She is entirely just insta attack galore. This is gonna take a little bit of doing. She doesn't seem that hard. I mean, she might get harder, but like parrying her consistently seems really tough. I mean, it's straightforward, but like the timing of it is, again, like anything else, it's like a millisecond. You gotta just, everything is so precise in this game. Like, I feel like you can just kind of sidestep most shit that she does, but not consistently and not enough to allow you to just kind of capitalize on a backstab. She just repositions instantaneously. See, that kind of sucks. I didn't really want that to happen like that. Maybe she'll lose track of us. I thought maybe I could kind of just... Oops. Get her before she became a problem, but... She seems to be going, like, all the way up, though, so... Be alright. Alright, now getting past these guys, this is something we have to concern ourselves with. I need to try just... Fucking stupid horse, dude. I feel like there could be a better shortcut here. Let's see if this opens up at all before I go back in there. Nope, I think you literally have to beat her to progress, which is fine, but I do kind of wish there was a better shortcut so that you don't have to run through all of that to get back to her.
Let's have an... I dedicate this performance to my sister Adelina! Scream a requiem for me, if you would.
And I'm gonna have to start leveling Vit.
You stole my sister from
What?
me, rotten puppets!
That's some bullshit. Alright, Terrain, give me a hand here. Hand, not hindrance.
You stole my
I hate
sister
that
from
shit
me,
so much.
rotten puppets!
She just insta-parries you now. So, like, I think this fight is entirely just like, hey, just parry her. That's all we want you to do is parry. Nothing else. Don't try to, like, use your brain to do anything else. Just parry. Come on, game.
If you would.
Give me my controls, please. Would sure love to be able to capitalize on a backstab properly if the game would just cooperate with me. Like right there. It was full on, like she was just standing there waiting for the backstab too. Just did not want to give it to me. Come on. I'll play your game. Come on. I just want her to be consistent. Come on now. Do the attack. Stop standing around. There you go. Now it's broken. Of course, you can still parry with it. Ugh, so fucking stupid. Huh. You don't get any Fable charge for doing that? It's interesting. Come on. Attack me. See, the thing is, you get locked into her doing a parry. There's no way you can cancel it if you just happen to hit your attack button more than once under the wrong conditions. She just insta-parries you. There's literally nothing you can do about it. So I'm only going for one attack. It's just that sometimes I hit the button more than once accidentally. All right.
I am your sister. As promised, we always match.
She's not really too bad. Just, I kind of wish the game didn't like force you to have to specifically fight her more or less one way, because parrying her doesn't really, well, I don't know, you could probably stagger her eventually, I guess, but I don't know how you capitalize on it when, like, the moment you try to do any sort of double swing, which is required to stagger someone in my case, she just instantly parries. So I don't know. All right. Rose Estate incident. The city of Krat decided to put an indefinite stop to the investigation on the disaster that took place in the Monad charity house known as the Rose Estate. This was to prevent chaos caused by the large-scale spreading of the petrification disease. There have been no confirmed survivors so far. The petrification disease is a deadly epidemic, but this massive spread is unprecedented. The quarantine authorities surmise that the petrification disease caused the novel mutation. The Monad Charity House, once a boarding school for kids from the slums, has until recently been home to the founding Monad family, many students, and refugees. The leader of the alchemists, Valentinus Monad, has been confirmed to have passed during this catastrophe, and this will take a toll on the alchemists. Also, we got some stuff here. I guess she didn't drop like her rapier, but we got like her mask and then some other item. White Lady's mask. The pigeon mask worn by the White Lady, the bird lost her voice but dreamed of the blue skies instead. That day was a tragic accident for all sisters. The girl who lost her golden voice became a stalker instead of an opera singer. Not a bad design overall. Not quite my thing, but I promise I will definitely like equip some other stuff here at some point. Oh, for a second there I thought I was like on the same level I had come through before, and I was like, wait a minute, could I have just... There's a butterfly somewhere. Nice. Now, I hesitate to like even open this as and consider it useful, because this is kind of like not a good shortcut. There's a bajillion like really fucking douchebaggy enemies right in the way of this. I'll open it for the hell of it, but I don't know that I'll ever try to go through there. Because getting past those like that entire group of what are effectively snipers with both extremely high-powered rifles and bombs seems like a lot more trouble than it's worth. Now here's another predicament. Can we... Oh wait, never mind. I thought it was blocked on this side. Okay, well, it's not an important item anyway, but... We also got something else from her, did we not? Keepsake, maybe? Yeah. Sorry, recollections, I mean. The White Lady's locket. The small locket was given as a commemorative token. It holds a portrait of a beautiful woman in red. The sisters exchanged lockets as a sign of their friendship. The younger sister was pleased. To stand always on the stage of our dreams together, your loving sister, Adelina. Okay. So I'm going to double check down here just to make sure nothing else opened. So this is another shortcut door we can't go through right now. Hang on a second. Alright. I don't know what's got him, like, so antsy today. Yeah, okay. I just want to make sure, like, none of these other pathways, like, just randomly opened up after beating her. Because that one did, but... I have to double check in a second to make sure that my roommate didn't just come back. She was just popping out for a second. Alright, well, at least we get a Stargazer here. Who are you? Yet another shortcut door. Interesting that we didn't find, like, the first one yet. There's, like, a lot of shortcut doors. We should probably go to the golden coin tree just to harvest what's there already. Just really quick. I don't know how much we're really going to need in the long run, but probably wouldn't hurt. And we can go back and level up anyway. Let's just quickly check and see. Here. Just hearing a lot of noise out there. I just don't know if my roommate is back already, or if that's just like my landlord leaving or something. All right, we need 5,000 for one level. Well, more like 5,500 total. So we're gonna probably need at least 11. I'd say probably 11.5 to get 2 levels. Let me just see if that's even possible. Well, it seems definitely possible. Let's use this and like one of these just to be on the safe side. Get a couple of levels while we're at it here. Sorry, yeah. My roommate was in fact back. Okay. Maybe we should break down and finally get some vitality. I don't know. I feel like the game would probably be a little bit easier for me if I was not just leaving myself at such low HP. I mean, I've watched people play through some of the stuff I've played through, and it just seems to me like no matter what you do, like there are just a lot of things in this game that can just easily fuck you up, even if you have a good amount of HP. But you're definitely going to be more survivable if you have a little bit more health than I do. And I had more than I have now. Like, I did put 1 point into vitality. It's not a true no vitality leveling run. And I'm not even trying to do that. I always like focusing on just leveling damage and just trying to avoid taking damage myself. Because, you know, we could be doing more damage is the thing. It's not a huge upgrade. Let's make this a health level just for the hell of it. We're getting to a point now where I just feel like we die just a little too easily. We're not getting one shot, but I feel like some stuff would just straight up kill us in 2 hits. Or for the right type of enemy and the wrong type of hit, it will straight up one-shot me if it's like a red attack. So yeah, maybe we should just do that. Should probably get it up to at least 15 or something. Okay, really quick now, I want to check. Just want to quickly check here. We can craft another Legion arm, which we might as well. I don't know if there could potentially be any others that might come up in the game besides the ones you can unlock here. Like if they're something you could maybe buy for boss souls or something. But as it is right now, these are really the only ones. Let's see, what does Pandemonium do? Legion arm that fires a sticky acidic substance. Obviously it's like the decay. Corrodes enemies that step into the wide pool of acid it creates. Change direction. Oh, okay. So you can make it like a vertical or just like a line. Charge to increase the range. The charge time on a lot of these seems very slow. I don't know why they make you wait so long for some of the animations in these. I could see the acid explosion actually being really strong under the right conditions, but I don't know if I'd want to build into something like that right now. And the Deus Ex Machina seems kind of cool. Put some landmine. Interesting. Aegis. I think I'm going to unlock Aegis just so at some point I can use this. It scales more with the stats that I already have higher anyways. Legion arm that can block enemy attacks with your left arm. When it receives a blow, the embedded device explodes and deals damage to the enemy. So it's you know, offense through defense in a way. So you're blocking and attacking at the same time with a decently timed block. And that's just if you're blocking. You'll probably still take some damage if I had to guess. Unless you perfect guard. But I don't know if you actually even can perfect guard. At least maybe... I guess you can with this. But only if you have a Fable slot available. Maybe by pressing the Fable button. That's very confusing. Performing a guard counter charge for more powerful attack. Alright. I want to at least unlock it. We can like try to understand it more as we go, but we still have one Legion caliber, which is not enough to upgrade something like this, so I'm not going to worry too much about upgrades right now. Let's see what the weight of the thing is like. $12.4 versus 10. So it's actually the heaviest one yet, which I feel makes sense, but certainly looks kind of cool for like a little buckler. It's heavy though, which it doesn't put us into slightly heavy, I guess, which is good. But I'm curious. I just want to see how this thing works. I don't think I'm going to use it right now. Okay, so yeah, your Legion does drain just while you have it out. It actually does quite a bit of damage just from blocking. That did seem to perfect guard. Wow. It has more time to set up the actual block than like a normal block does. Like there's a little bit more of a heft to the animation. Also, I'm noticing it has to recharge the explosion. Yeah, because after that, if you just block, it just blocks. But that's cool. You can just use it like an actual shield. You still have to time it, because I think if you don't time it, hang on. Let me just walk up to him with it like this. It still explodes, but I think I would have taken damage there. You can't really tell with the punch bot because it doesn't really do damage to you. But yeah, that's cool. Anyway, let me switch this back for now, but we might use that on some boss fights if we just are struggling defensively or something. Okay. Let me go harvest that golden tree, golden coin fruit, and then I guess we can move on after that. I always go the wrong way. I don't know why I keep thinking it's like on the right side. Like the right set of stairs. The other thing we could do...
Stalker, please.
Purchase. We could buy some of these. I guess they get consumed when you use them. It says a mountain bag 1 and 1 of 1, but I think they get consumed when you use them. That's why you can buy more of the same type. The cube itself doesn't get consumed, just the wish stone, but I could see this being useful. Like, so I've not used this yet in my own game, but I did see somebody use one, and it seems incredibly slow. So like using one in the middle of a boss fight probably might not be very doable, but I could see maybe using it right before you walk into a boss fight, like a pre-buff, just to give like some passive health regen or something like that. That could be useful. It depends on how long it lasts. I want to just buy a few of these. We'll make it all of them. They'll just all go to storage right now, but I don't really care about the other ones at the moment, so. And again, golden coin fruit seems to have other uses, at least for what the game has implied. And I believe one of those uses is supposed to be something regarding respecking, like even like I don't know about like your weapons or anything like that, but at least being able to respec like your quartz that you've spent. I just don't know if we have that ability yet, or like if we can spend it immediately, or if it's something we have to unlock. I guess it wouldn't hurt to look here just to see if anything pops up. Activate my P organ. I don't see anything about it saying respec or anything like that. Yeah, doesn't look like it. But I'm pretty sure that's something we're supposed to be able to do, at least eventually. It's another thing about the game that I would levy like a slight criticism at least at, just that I think that, like, sure, in Elden Ring, you have to kind of go out of your way in order to be able to respec, and depending on if you don't fight Renala and beat Renala like early on, it could be a while before you either learn that you have the ability to respec or just even have the option available to you. Because you have to beat her, and therefore, the Academy of Raya Lucaria in order to do all that. However, it's not typically too hard to get to all that, for one, and it's not locked behind like a huge portion of the game, I would say. I mean, not in a completely insignificant part of the game, but like you can skip Stormvale Castle, you can go straight to Liurnia, the lakes if you want to, and then just go do the academy. And as long as you can manage to beat all of that, you can immediately unlock the ability to respec. It does still cost larval tears, but if you know where to get them, you know, you have that right away. You know, typically speaking, you're not going to want to respec early on in a game anyway, so it makes sense to not have the option right away, which is why I'm only considering this to be a very light criticism. But the thing is, like, you might find that some of the stuff that you've unlocked with your P organ is stuff that maybe you decided that you actually didn't want after all when you're trying this game out for the first time, and then you're just like, well, when am I going to be able to respec, because I kind of don't want that anymore. You know, that you could run into something like that. Potentially, at least. So I could see the want to be able to have something like that a little bit sooner, but because it's not the same as like just leveling your stats. Because you could always, even just without respecing, you could just continue to level and just level the other stats that you want to level. It's sure it slows things down, but you know, with this you're expending a material that you don't get back or that you can't keep farming up, so you know, that kind of changes things. If respecking does indeed work that way. Anywho, did we finish everything we wanted to do here? I think so. We could level up the dagger. Maybe we should do that quick. Although honestly, let's just not, I guess. We have just one. No, we have 2 Crescent Moonstone. If we get a third, we could then spend what we need to potentially raise the dagger up to a +5. But the reason I want to wait is that if we decide that we want to use a different weapon, then we can make that other weapon a +5 instead of the dagger. Like a different weapon other than the saber, I mean, just to replace the saber. One side note I will mention about that, though, is, you know, there are boss weapons, so even though I was making the criticism before about not being able to really level a lot of weapons at once, like you could, once you get boss weapons, you can at least improve those if you want to. Speaking of,
I know my way around.
what is the actual cost here? It starts with 1, but is it 1 per and then it goes up to like a max of 5? Or do we... Seven explosions. Transform the length of the handle, altering after transforming, stamina consumption is reduced temporarily. Interesting. Does it become like a spear or something? Guard parry. I kind of want to level up one of these boss weapons. I'm sort of regretting not getting the umbrella, because I've actually seen it in use now, and I wish I had picked it up, because I think it would have been a fun weapon to play with. Maybe we can somehow get it still without having to like go into New Game Plus or something like that, but oh well. I mean, it was either the umbrella or the amulet that I chose, and I don't regret getting the amulet, but we could have potentially lived without it. And I think the umbrella would have just been fun to play with for the hell of it. Let's see. If we want to upgrade one of these, this is the more damaging one. What is your scaling? Motivity. They're basically the exact same. This one gets guard parry and 7 explosions. This one gets patient smash and alter. Alter sounds interesting and it has higher damage, but I feel like this one will be easier to work with just because they're both heavy. But this one is a little lighter. Again, doesn't do quite as much damage as that one does, but I don't know. Let me just wait, because I don't know if we're gonna use one right now, and we might find something else that we like better. Okay, let's go. But I do want to play around with some other weapons. I don't want to only ever use the saber. The saber's been really good, but you know, obviously the whole weapon mix and match system and stuff exists so that you can experiment, and I do want to experiment. But again, that's why I think they should give you more moonstone materials earlier rather than later, just so you can experiment a little bit more freely without having to worry about like losing out on a bunch of damage, because you've already cemented upgrades in a particular path. Just, you know, if it was me doing the design, that's something I would do a little bit differently. Okay. There's one other thing I wanted to do, and now I'm blanking on what it was. Oh, I know. I want to equip the cube here, just so we have it. I don't really want to use it much, but... May the greatest tribute of the present century go to the Red Actress. Who else can we pay this tribute to? Right, so there's lots of shortcuts. Alright, so who's this guy? Dude looks like fucking Bradley Cooper.
Oh, you're walking about in a place like this. You must be a stalker. Can I ask you a favor? My wife's body lies on Rosa Isabel Street. There was a fire, and I couldn't reach her through the flames.
Seem oddly
I know
calm
she's
about
gone,
that.
I hate to think of her just lying there. Would you bring me her belongings? Then I'd have something to remember her by. Thank you. Small kindnesses like this give me something to cling to.
I feel like this...
Her body is on Rosa Isabel Street. She used to look so beautiful in her black dress. I miss her so much. Every day is harder than the last. Please, bring me her belongings.
Maybe she's been dead for a little while or something, but I don't know. He seems not on the level. I don't know that they were actually married. He could be a stalker, but not the variety of stalker that, you know, this game has implied stalkers to be. Or like an actual stalker, you know. Alright, we got some boys. See, everything does so much damage. I mean, that was admittedly like one of their bigger attacks, but even like an enemy that's been cut down to a very limited stature, like, does a whole third of my health bar with one hit. We're supposed to go that way. Is there anything over here? Does look like we can go up here. Even the stone does like a third of my HP. I don't know, man. I feel like I get that it's like intentional, but sometimes enemies in this game just feel so overtuned. Like, I don't want everything in the game to be easy, even the fodder enemies. Like, it's fine that they can be challenging, but sometimes just like, it's just very unexpected for things to hit as hard as they do. I think we might die if we drop here. Maybe not. We might just take damage, but let's just experiment. Okay, we did not take. That was very dusty. I don't know, it's just that every time you do, like, you know, that you play a game like this and you run through like some little thing where there's a bunch of tiny little fodder enemies that die in 2 hits, you expect them to not really be anything more than just like a small nuisance, not like Something to worry about doing like a lot of damage to you. Okay, well, that's enough that we could get another weapon to +5 if we want. Either the dagger or just something else. Alright, did we miss anything back here? Looking okay, looking okay. Alright, alright. We kind of took a little bit of a side path here, so hopefully this leads somewhere okay. Keep getting stuck like on this dude's side somehow. Like I'm getting stuck on his foot. That doesn't normally happen with this enemy model. Stop getting stuck on him. What the hell is going on? These guys are usually not hard to fight because you can just circle around them, but I keep getting stuck on him for some reason. Not a typical problem. Why did y'all not die in 2 hits as usual? At least they're dropping materials for me. Hey, well, the quartz was certainly worth it. I don't know if the buff to durability, like, was... It just didn't really feel like it was, like, durability mattered much in the early game, and now it's starting to feel more appropriate. Or if it's just because I'm, like, kind of going longer segments without repairing sometimes. Interesting that the doll disappeared. I mean, I guess it would make sense. Like, she breaks it when she spawns in, so... But, okay, we have to backtrack now. Honestly, probably wouldn't hurt just to rest, because I don't think we're all that close to finding another Stargazer, so let's just rest here and then go back down through what we fought. I kind of want to... I'm gonna go back to the hotel really fast and just buy some throwable items. I don't so much like cheesing stuff with them that much, but I do like to keep like a little bit of a stockpile. And since we have like a little bit of extra ergo to burn, I kind of want to just make sure that we're stocked up on some stuff that could be useful. He doesn't really sell a lot himself, though. I do like that you sell 2 extra of these. Alright, let me not buy it from you then. We want to go to the black market guy. Assuming we even still can. He's in the Malum district. The problem is I don't know exactly where in the Malum district he was. Like, maybe he was just in the Red Lobster Inn. Or just close to it somewhere. I wish I remembered exactly. Or it would be cool if there was a Stargazer right next to where he was, because that would be very convenient. Because I remember exactly where the other, like, trader vendor dudes are. Like, and how to get to them easily. And the thing is, they're right next to Stargazers. But not this one, I guess. Unless he's just kind of close to it. But I remember him being like in a... Oh no, wait. Actually, he might just be up here. Maybe this was it. Yeah, okay, never mind. They do put them all very close to Stargazers, thankfully.
Oh, you defeated the Black Rabbits? I sure wasn't expecting that. No more bosses means no more worries.
Okay, sick.
Of course I'll open the shop for the guy who freed the Malum district. Take all the time you need.
Be cool if you gave me a discount further than just opening the shop. Alright, let's see. We have... I want to buy a couple of these. Let's say like 4. Thermites are always useful. They're expensive, but give me like another 3. We have 5 of these right now. Give me like 2 of those. Alright, that's basically all we can afford. I guess we'll just buy up extras of these. Okay. That'll work. Teleport back to here. We'll make our way again. Puts us slightly behind the curve as far as like where we could be with leveling, because that 2000 could have been useful for levels, of course. I do feel like you get levels kind of slowly in this game. Like maybe not so much at first. The first several levels are pretty quick, but then after that it just feels like the amount of ergo you get, even with like some improvements to the amount of ergo you get, like I just feel like you get ergo very slowly. What? Can't believe he sniped me with that rock, dude. Did not think he had time to do that. It's cool that these guys can also drop throwing cells. That's very nice. No, oh my god. Fucking damage, dude. Is that normally a double hit? I suppose, you know, to some degree, I don't really mind a game like this where like every enemy in the game can basically kind of fuck you up. Are you okay? You just can't be backstabbed or what? Oh, come on. What is that tracking? There's no backstabbing this enemy. I think a lot of my only issue with this enemy is she doesn't really stagger. I mean, she does, kind of, just not... not as easily as she could. There's a lot of HP, too. Alright. Whatever. Oh. That's an explosive one, though. Do your thing. I guess they don't stay that way. See, if you rush those ones down, you know, you could probably kill them before they become a problem, but, like, I didn't know what I was dealing with until the box, like, debris kind of disappeared, and by then I was like, well, I should probably back up. If I just rushed in and started swinging, she would have just gone down, but... Alright, I see a number of maid bots. I don't see any rooftop snipers, which is good. Uh-oh. Yeah. I kind of knew I was done for, but I was like, I should at least try. Unfortunately, I underestimated my spacing and got caught. Like, I didn't even stagger the first one. I'm not even sure I could have staggered her before she blowed up, but... Blowed? I don't know why I said it like that. Before she blew up. It's alright, no problem. You live and you learn. Well, you die and you learn, I guess. What? Really thought I'd be able to... Okay. Definitely not expecting that to hit me there. I thought I'd be able to sneak through. You really would not expect, like, enemies like these to be as much of a pain as they have been, I think. Try this again now. See how much damage this thing does to you. Probably not a lot, but... Oh. I don't know, man. Falcon Eyes, like, it's a cool weapon, but... I'm kind of a little disappointed by, like, its efficacy, because it doesn't seem that great. Like, at some point, because I think I maybe already even have, like, the increased... Whoa, you aggroed, like, instantly. I think I might already have the thing that would make it do, like, a bigger explosion or something. Come on. Alright, well, you first is fine. Also, I did not notice you, so let's take care of you. Did that get them both? I guess so. Let's see, one... I only see the one body, though. Oh, it's right there. Okay. Alright. Up that way or over that way? That looks like... Oh, there's a... There's our shortcut back to the first Stargazer. We're getting a lot of Crescent Moonstone now. We could definitely upgrade another weapon if we want to. I am still very much considering the, Oh, it's not the first Stargazer, never mind. I'm definitely considering the Booster Glaive Blade on this handle. We could try something else, of course. Again, it is quite a bit heavier, so that's something we have to be a little careful of. We could try something else. Like the damage... It's hard to tell unless you actually split the weapons apart, which you can't do except at a Stargazer, so you can't really do it like on the fly. I can't. Can I re-equip this? No, I still can't without... I mean, I can, but not without being heavy. I don't really need it in my offhand slot so much. It's good to have, but I can always just swap if I need to. In fact, if you break down all these other weapons into their individual parts, at least the ones that you can, because you can't do it with boss weapons, it would probably make this inventory smaller so that, like, the next available weapon to the right of the one you already have equipped would probably be the one you want. because these would just get shuffled into a different menu, because they wouldn't be equipable weapons while they're broken into two parts. But yeah, this thing, it basically would just be a slower version of what I have now, but it would also hit a lot harder. And the question is just, is the slow speed, especially when it comes to the charge attack, is that going to be a problem when I need to capitalize on knocking down a boss? It's not a lot slower, but it is noticeably slower. Here, I can show y'all what I'm talking about here. Assemble weapons. Well, here, let me just show this. So I wish I had two of these. I could technically buy another saber. You can only normally you can only buy one of each weapon, but like whichever weapon you start with, you can get a second copy of, which is kind of cool because then you could experiment. You could technically get like the same handle twice. It'd be nice if they let you duplicate weapons elsewhere so you could use like the same type of handle in other places or whatever, but voila. Alright. Now, if we equip this and this together, it's also going to be heavier, which is going to be a little bit of a problem. Let me... There, just to make sure that we're not... Like, you can see that, like, it's about the same. Maybe it's because I was slightly heavy before that it seemed slower. I don't know. The sword looks funny because we basically have like a paper cutter blade on a saber hilt. But I like the sound it makes when you swing it. And it's certainly a heftier blade, like it'll definitely hit harder. It's not actually as much slower as I thought it was. The main issue is going to just be that it's heavy. So, you know, we'd have to either up our capacity even further or make some sacrifices on defense. Or switch out our arm for something else. We could switch, well, it wouldn't be the Aegis. We could switch to, like, the Flamberge or something like that. But I like the Falconized just for its additional ranged attack. Just as something that doesn't consume a throwable weapon. But let's try this again here. Like the R1s are definitely faster. I think the R2 is faster. It's not much faster, but it is a slight uptick in speed. But I kind of want to try it. Let's go back just for the hell of it. I just want to see what kind of damage output we can get out of this thing. It might be a mistake to do this. Let's at least put it to a +3 because we can get Hidden Moonstone easily. And maybe I'll just preserve my Crescent Moonstone just in case. The thing is, if we only go to a +3, we're not going to do like a lot more damage, but that might be okay. I'm sure we'll get, like, we don't really need to preserve it because we're at the point now where we can also farm up Crescent Moonstone, so I guess we can just immediately take it to a +5 or a +6, whatever we're able to do.
I know my way around
Upgrade weapon. It's currently on the wrong thing, but that's okay. So the base damage, I think, is already higher. Yeah, 157 versus 178. Now, again, this is on a different handle, so the damage output will look a little different. So we can take that to a +5 now, and if we happen to find another Crescent Moonstone soon, we can take it to a +6. Let's quickly put this and this together. We're looking at 189 plus 96 or 150 plus 74. So obviously it's quite a bit higher for the sacrifice of weight and speed. just so it's on something, we can put this on the booster glaives handle. And then as for the weight issue, let's see. We can take our defense down by 4.25 with this, which will definitely put us in a better position. If we switch our arm out for something else, that might also be enough. Although, hang on, how much lighter is the puppet string? Because we could just work with that for a little bit. It's not perfect or anything, but a little bit. It's enough to get us where we need to be for now. So let's try that. I just have to remember that I don't have the Falcon Eyes on. And if we just don't like this setup, then we'll just go back. That's at least the nice thing about it, is that we can go back. But yeah, I just figured it was about time for us to like switch up our weapon to something. I mean, don't get me wrong. I did play around with the fire dagger a bit, and in fact I killed the one super annoying boss with that just because I liked having the fire damage, despite the weapon not being as upgraded. But yeah, it's going to take me some getting used to the speed of this, because it is a little slower, which means we're going to have to be a little quicker about getting attacks out when we're trying to beat the enemy to the punch. See, already we can two-shot these, which is a nice improvement. As long as we're quick about our attacks. What the? Oh, you're... I did not see you up there, sir. I don't know if you can shoot quite straight down, but I like that you're coming my way now. I don't like that you're coming my way, though. He didn't exactly go the whole way around or anything, but... There you are. Goodbye. It's another Crescent Moonstone, so we could already just +6 this thing. Which probably would not be a bad idea. More than likely it would be a very good idea to do before we fight a boss, if we intend to fight it with this weapon. Rosa Isabella Street is definitely looking pretty chaotic. I mean, there was certainly a lot of death in Elysium Boulevard. Alright, so that's a bit of a trap right there. Even... Yep, I had a feeling I was still gonna get hit. Alright, more baby dolls. There's clearly going to be some... Okay, there's obviously one hiding behind that box. There's probably maybe one tucked in those boxes, and probably some going to pop out of the ceiling up there. Just the two? One thing we are going to have to be very careful about with this, we probably are going to want to upgrade our... Why is that there? Maybe it's just a... okay. This thing is likely going to take a bit more stamina to use, so I should probably upgrade my vigor for more stamina. Arc heavyweight frame, so that's going to be even heavier, right? Yep, which we can't do right now because of the whole weight issue, but Be another 4.25%, or not percent, but 4.25 increase if we want higher, even higher defense. Something to consider at some point. I don't know that like being slightly heavy in and of itself is like the end of the world if you want to like just to have a tankier build without having to invest like tons of stats into capacity and or, you know, whatever. That guy has a fucking flamethrower.
We found it! The black dress! But it's just a puppet? What on earth is going on?
Okay, so maybe that's why the guy was calm about it. Wedding ring. He was married to a puppet. Ring delicately crafted with precious metals. It looks like a token of a blessed marriage. The ring should have been put on the bride's finger along with blessings. Unfortunately, the bride's body went cold before she could ever receive the ring. Okay. Interesting. Hearing crickets chirping is like an it's not like out of place or anything in the sense that like it shouldn't be there, but it's just crickets are significant to the lore of this game, and it just makes me think that it would want me to get to pay attention to something there. But okay, does this lead back to the... Okay, that's the boss one. This leads back to the first area. Not quite the very first one we found or anything, but 'cause I think there was one more gate further that way. Just walk over here. I think we'll go ahead and rest. Hey Anna, how's it going? I do like the fatal attack on this. I think it's actually even slower than the other one, but it's just like a very hefty chop. Well, a couple of chops really, just a side chop followed by an overhead chop. I thought there was one more gate. Maybe it's if we go that way there was one more. Finally done with the chores. Wednesdays be Wednesdays. Yeah, I gotcha. Hope you've been having a good day so far or otherwise. Yeah, things are going alright. I decided to finally try to experiment with a slightly different weapon blade here. Because basically we're still using the saber hilt, so we have effectively the same weapon, just slower and heavier. But it hits a lot harder. But if I don't like it, I can switch back to the saber blade that we know and love. Actually, I should have probably used that opportunity to go back to Hotel Krat and upgrade this to a +6. It's alright, we'll continue for now. If we run into a boss door, then we'll definitely go upgrade before we do the boss, especially if we're going to try to do it with this weapon. Don't mind me. Go ahead and do your burning. You know, that just seemed like an area where something was going to get rolled down the street at me. Oh, is that what I think it is? Is that the clown boxer thing that they did in the they showed off in the showcase? Way off in the distance there. It kind of looks like it. He looks like a boxer of some sort. Bit tired because I didn't go to bed in time. Yeah, I'm actually kind of tired today too, although not for that reason specifically. I just felt like because of the neck issue, I didn't sleep super well the last couple of days. Last night I slept okay actually, but I just felt like I could have used like 2 more hours of sleep. But I got up kind of early because I sort of had to. Okay, we looked through everything though, right? Like this is all, yep, that's the shortcut back. And went up there and got that stuff. I guess we should go back to the guy and give him the ring, maybe before we move on. Because obviously it won't take us more than a second to just come back to this, so. And this gives me an excuse too to go upgrade my sword to +6. The main thing it will be, like, I have to decide if I want to keep using this sword or if I want to keep investing in the saber and keep that fully leveled up. But either way, I'm definitely going to want to level up my stamina so that I can swing this a little bit more freely. Because it's the heaviness and stuff. Well, stamina, maybe capacity too, just so we can at least get a little bit more defense back. Or rather, just so we can at least wear our falcon eyes still without having to worry about weight concerns. So yeah, take me back here first. Yeah, my neck, I don't know. It might be slowly getting better, but it's hard to tell. Like, it was still bothering me this morning, but not as bad as it was. But the thing is, like, sitting here and like staring at a computer doesn't help it, unfortunately. And but I want to stream when I can, and I may stream tomorrow yet too, just because that's the release of the Resident Evil 4 DLC. And then I'll just take Friday off. But if I do it that way, I may also just take, I don't know which days, possibly like Sunday off. I probably won't stream the whole weekend because I do want to get work done too. But on the days that I'm working, I can also just kind of spread my workout over the day. I don't have to like condense it into the same time that I do like streaming, so I can kind of get up and move around more and not sit with presumably bad posture at a computer. Like, I try to keep my posture decent when I'm streaming, but like it's hard to, especially when you get like really focused and stressed with like a boss fight. It's easy to just like not realize that you're like hunching forward and you're tensing your neck a lot and stuff, which is certainly not helping the neck injury that I have.
Oh, my Melody. This is her wedding ring. Our marriage should have been filled with joy. I failed you, Melody. I'm sorry. I should have mentioned she's a puppet. But she was real to me. I saw a shining soul inside her. Others laughed at me, but I knew the truth. I knew that she was in love with me too. Maybe I'm crazy, though. Whoever heard of a human and a puppet in love?
We will lie.
Melody. My Melody. Your words were everything to me.
I mean, I didn't see a message. There could have been one,
She
but I
was
definitely
my
didn't see one.
guardian angel.
So it was a lie
The
to me, but
reason
it
I
might have been
survived the
potentially
Krat
true.
disaster. Even puppets have hearts, do they not? Perhaps all we need is something that helps us perceive what they're feeling. Sorry. I ramble when I get upset. Here's your reward. I think you deserve this ring more than I do. I'm more than happy with Melody's belongings. I wish I could offer something more, but this is all I have. Please, remember the love Melody and I shared. Who knows? Maybe you'll find true love one day too.
Wait, you gave me the wedding ring back? Weird. So he gave me the sad gesture. um, and then the ring, he just gave me the ring back. He didn't, I don't know what use that is to me, but maybe we can use it somewhere. I can't do anything with it, so I'll just talk to you one more time.
She was my one true love.
Okay. Maybe we'll get our own girlfriend that we can give the ring to. We have to, you know, he believes in puppet love. Maybe we should too. We got to put our P organ to use at some point, right? Right? All right, hang on. Let me go back. Teleport. I don't see any icons for anybody for us to like go give a ring to or anything, so I guess we'll see if that has some sort of use later. And then I want to upgrade this to +6, so it'll be even more damage.
I know my way around.
Alright. And then once we start collecting half moonstone, I'll have to decide by then, like, if I'm liking this, then we'll boost this up further. If I'm not liking it as much, we'll go maybe back to the saber blade and just keep that as our normal base upgrade one, and then we'll just upgrade this or whatever else we feel like when we come along to it. I should probably check the Bramble Curve Sword Blade too. 111. I don't know if its damage is as good as the saber or better or worse. It has Storm Slash, so it's basically the same type. Hold on.
I know my way around.
Just curious now what the speed is like. I don't think we'll be using it, but that seems about the same as the saber. It loses some range by the looks of it, but it might hit harder possibly.
I know my way around.
Anyway, for now, stick with the old one that we had here. We could buy another saber, technically, because we started with one. It's weird that they let you do that, but unless it somehow prevents it. If we go back to the very first vendor. So if we want, like, a separate saber handle, just to keep, like, a saber and a booster glaive at the same time, we could. We'd have an extra saber blade we'd have to be careful not to equip. Because I don't think it lets you just sell them. I mean, maybe it does. I don't know. Like, just individual blades. Okay. Now, in order to level up, we'd need about 6,000. We should be able to do that. I kind of want to upgrade my capacity once. Maybe we should probably go spend our quartz too. 1K, sure.
I'll use my power.
Let's start with capacity. 21. Just see if that lets us use the Falcon Eyes, so that we can if we want to. Might not be enough. Appears to be enough. Yep. Okay. Oh, whoops, I have the wrong thing equipped though. Nope, not good enough then. Probably at 22 it'll be good enough. If we switch to this, what about if we switch any armor pieces? Will that... This will be too much, right? I assume, yeah. What about one of these? Still too much. Still too much. Okay. That's fine. We're wearing like quite a few like heavy pieces of stuff, so like particularly this amulet is very heavy. But yeah, maybe at 22 we'll have enough to wield this and switch back to Falcon Eyes so that if we want to have it, we can. Is it possible we could get another 6K-ish out of what we've got? That's 3,000 right there. 4,100. Yeah, we should be able to use the bigger ones first, I guess. $4K. That was too much. I should not have done quite that much, but it's alright. Let's see if 22 capacity will be enough. I don't want to just keep upgrading capacity all the time. I think at some point we're going to just have to live with the amount of like defense we have. But I'm okay with like leveling some vitality just for more survivability. And I definitely want to level up my vigor for more stamina. Alright, what about now? Okay, now it looks like we can. We can indeed do that. That's probably all we can do though. That's going to be too much. All of these, I think, are just too big of an increase. Yes, that's fine, though. I don't even know, still, if I even specifically want to stick with the Falcon Eyes. It's been good for certain things, but I kind of feel like just being able to pull some enemies towards me might actually be more useful. With that being the case, actually, let me just check one more thing here. Is there enough of a difference between having this equipped and switching out one of these then that we could actually, we could wear this and then not be quite so heavy and we actually get more defense. Although it's not a huge defense upgrade. Hold on, what would be the best one out of these? This is a across the board upgrade because it's the same type of cartridge, so everything goes up. And this does affect our resistances too. These ones are damage reduction rate, and then resistance. The cartridges are just resistance and then physical damage reduction rate, so no. But these also help more with just your straight up resistance to like status ailments, like for the build-up, rather than the damage that you take from them. And we still don't have any other type of liner, but I'm okay with the all-around one anyways, because the other ones are specific to damage types like slash, strike, or pierce. And they're not bad or anything, but they're just more, like, you get less. If you take the slash one, for example, you get more slash damage reduction, but I think less strike and pierce than the default. So I think I'd rather just have the default. I'd have to double check, but let's see, 1.05. Considerably more resistance in basically everything, especially shock for that one. More break for this one. This one actually loses some shock over the one we have by a fair amount. This gets... We'd lose some electric blitz resistance. We'd gain resistance in everything else. But we do also lose some electric blitz damage reduction. Again, it's because it's a different type. You're getting a little bit more benefit out of this, I think, just because there's more damage reduction on top of the associations, as well as instead of just resistances. However, this one is just an upgrade to resistances and physical damage reduction. So I think I'm going to just go with this for now. Because the only downside is the weight. I like the name of the liner. The Workshop Union Certified Liner. There might be other liners available. The only ones I've found so far are the ones that he sells here. Like the amount of reduction you get from these, actually they're maybe not worse than the one you get by default. They're just more specialized, so whichever one you're choosing probably just gets more reduction. I mean, like in this one's case, I think the slash damage reduction might actually be lower than the default. So maybe it is a little lower on some, but like, yeah, I don't know. I'm not going to worry about it right now. Also, what's the weight difference? Is it 5.8? No, it is heavier, so that's the other trade-off. Okay, I guess that's everything we were doing here for now. Is there anyone who would potentially have anything to say about this ring? The only other person I can think to talk to, or maybe one of these two.
People have thanks for keeping.
But I don't think they'll say anything about it.
A great weapon called...
I wish I could get this umbrella. I kind of regret not getting it and instead getting the amulet. I mean, the amulet I think has been useful. It's more damage, but I think this would have been fun to play around with. Because having seen a little bit of what it looks like in action, when you do the charge attack with this, specifically, it actually it unfolds the umbrella like instantly, like you're hitting someone with it while you're stabbing, and it makes the umbrella just instantly unfurl in like a big attack, and it looks really funny. So I don't know, if we ever get the chance to pick it up again, I will absolutely take it just for the fun of it. But I just figured I might not want to build around another dex weapon, so I thought I'll just take the amulet. But now I'm kind of wishing I had gone the other way, because it's not like we necessarily needed the damage boost from the amulet that bad. All right, we got to go put our quartz in. I'm going to quickly talk to Geppetto too, just to see if he has anything to say. I don't think he will, because we didn't get an icon for the ring or for him.
The city asked me.
He doesn't have anything else to say. This is glowing, maybe just because we have a quartz though. I just want to know what we can do with the change shape thing. The only other thought that occurs to me, since he gave us the ring back, would be to take it to the puppet that we found it from, or on, and see if anything happens. Otherwise, we just have to wait until something comes up. Alright. So now... I kind of want the amulet slots thing. We will have to up our capacity even more to equip another amulet, I'm sure, but there would be some that could be worth using, even if it's just like the health improvement one, just because it means we have to spend less on vitality. Increased cube uses is probably not something we're going to worry about at all. Add belt slots. Maybe. Enhanced pulse cell recovery could be really good, especially if we do have more, like a bigger health bar. Shortened fruit bearing time. Like, none of phase 3 is, aside from the enhanced pulse cell recovery, is stuff that I really care that much about. I don't know if you have to, like, get all 4 in one category to get, like, a big synergy bonus or something. They had talked about, in the description of this, like, getting a synergy bonus, but that may have just been, like, the synergy is, like, the skill itself. Like, by putting 2 in to a skill, like, that's what actually unlocks the synergy. But I don't know, they might have meant, like, if you get everything in the phase, that unlocks, like, some synergy bonus. I just don't know what that would be, because it doesn't really tell you. Both of these would be good to have, to be honest, so it would be fine. But I want to get this first, I think. And retaining guard regain wouldn't be bad if we want to unlock everything from 1. Like, increased staggerable window. It's confusing because, like, I have one here which says increased staggered duration, which is not the same thing. Increased staggered duration is how long they're actually down in the staggered phase, which is definitely something that you like to increase. But increasing the staggerable window is also worth getting, I think, just because it improves, it increases the amount of time you have to actually stagger something, like, just to keep the bar glowing. Which, honestly, I miss the opportunity for enough times that it would be worth getting. So the question is just going to be, which one do we want to do first? I haven't seen enough amulets that I care that much about getting this right now. But I also kind of still want it. Also, doing this would give us more damage, I just realized, because of our amulet. Also, hey, Dodo, how's it going? Every day I am PPing. Yeah. You and me both, brother. All right, let's actually do this. Just see what happens. Enhance Fable Arts attack. Certainly wouldn't hurt. And oh, it's cool that these get, so each phase still unlocks the new category even if you go back. Enhance Condensed Legion Arm attack. Okay, enhances the Legion Arm attack when more than half of the Legion remains. So if I have more than half a bar, something like my Falcon Eyes will actually do more damage, but that'll mean that it'll only work on like the first 1 or 2 shots. Increases duration of effect-based Fable Arts. Perfect Guard Destruction Enhance could be worth it. Breaking weapons faster. Enhanced Charge Stagger Attack. Oh yeah, definitely this. We're taking that 100%. Staggering things faster, always worth it. And hopefully we'll find more quartz quickly. So we can unlock that 4th cell, because having a 4th cell is good for resources in general, but because of our amulet, we would actually get a damage bonus, so even better. Alright, let's go. Let's go paper cutter some more puppets. Peter picked a paper puppet from the Pepper Patch. Okay, so the dude left. Let's go find that puppet again, though, just for the hell of it. I'm sure we just have to take the ring somewhere else, probably. But I just realized this is not where we want to go. I think we wanted to be at the other one, right? Yeah, because the other one had like the shortcut the other way that we just opened. I'm pretty sure. Anyway, Dodo, good to see you. I hope your day is continuing to go all right. We chatted a little bit earlier. Very satisfying. I really like the saber backstab animation too. It's not really a backstab, it's just like a triple slash rear fatal attack, but it's I don't know, the one where you're just like slamming the shit out of him with this thing is also just very satisfying. Just like, I'm gonna chop right into your ribs really, really hard, and then I'm gonna smash your head in. Yeah, she definitely didn't leave a message, so that we did lie. But nothing happened to my springs when I did it. That's why I was confused. But yeah, we have no options to do anything with the ring here. Just come up here really fast. Yeah, nothing to do up here either. Okay. The only other NPC I've found in the level was the lady in the window, and she wanted wine, so... You and your flamethrower. Alright, time for fuck this place alley, I guess. This place looks nasty. I see, oh, there's a rifleman coming. Oh, more than one. This is potentially gonna be bad. Yeah, come on over here. Oh, he has a flamethrower. They both do. Aha, get fucked. I could have gone way worse, but I think because he accidentally shot like the ceiling there, it went well. Alright, little bomb thrower destroyed. Oh. Well. Don't want to fight all of you at the same time. If I could get just the clown to come down here, that would be alright. I could live with that. Okay. I walked into the fire intentionally there to see... Man, they upgraded this dude's face. That looks way worse than it used to. Ooh-wee. What? Okay. Fucking belly bunking. Why don't you, yeah, you just overheat? Oh, what? Oh, that's a completely different attack. I was wondering why he was doing that so close. What? I pressed dodge. Okay. I mean, technically those attacks are not ones you're supposed to be able to dodge in the first place, but... This guy still has a lot of HP. Oh, come on. He was so... He used to miss me constantly with that shit originally, but now he just does not at all. Fuck. I got a regular block there. He's a boss. Technically a mini boss, I think. I mean, he gets a health bar, don't get me wrong, but I don't think he's technically like a boss, you know what I mean? Definitely hard, though. A little on the spicy side. What? Why did that not two-shot you? Oh, because we don't have our... It's maybe not a huge damage bonus, but we don't have our Fable cells charged, so... Guy died, like, in kissing the wall. Got a little bit of a headache now, but it's been a busy few weeks. Well, I hope that you feel better, dude. I know you're very tired of chronic headaches, but I am glad to have heard that you got hooked up with, I don't remember if you said it was a neurologist, therapist, whoever it was, you were a specialist that you were seeing, that also suffers from chronic headaches, so at least they get what you're going through. Which is very nice. Alright, flamethrower boys, you first. He aggroed, but like his health didn't show up as quickly this time. That's why I was like a little confused, because I was like, he aggroed very quickly the last time. Physical therapist, yeah, thank you. I couldn't remember what you said. Loosens your muscles up when we talk. Feels like I'm talking to a copy of me. Hey, that's nice, dude. Glad to hear it. Wait, I thought you were on fire before, but now you're on fire. I cannot believe that went that far. He did not stay on fire for very long. Fucking man, this guy has so many like little lead-in follow-ups that it's just so hard to know when he's gonna do one. Like so. Combos just don't stop. Variable timings on certain things. Well, not variable timings, but like different, you know, these his big twirly combo, for example, just this thing. Like it slows down and then his final hit just like, oh fucking, are you kidding me? This is what I mean by like, Charlie brought this up. I will say it's not too hard to deal with most of the time, but I'm not a huge fan of the staggerable design thing. When something becomes quote unquote staggerable, they used to call it groggy. I don't know why they changed that. I guess staggerable is more straightforward, but like, the thing of it is like when something becomes staggerable, you have to do specifically a charged attack, or like certain Fable Arts attacks will work too, to actually stagger them. But the thing is, they don't become like, you know, weakened in that moment or anything, so you have to like find a good opportunity to actually do it. And sometimes the moment you go to do it, they suddenly go to do some little evasive move or attack, and then your moment to do your charged attack just misses or gets interrupted by an attack, and you kind of just lose your opportunity, and it's really not a great design. I don't think it's terrible or anything. Like, I made it work just fine on a number of boss fights, but it just becomes kind of difficult to use consistently. We will get past this clown fucker for sure. We just have to, I have to get used to his timings because he's very awkward. It's typical, I guess. Oh, he's already coming this way? Okay. Interesting. Clown fucking clown, he's a wanker? Yeah, pretty much. See, I want him to do that more, like, in a way that I can somehow close in. Come on, dude, you gotta get here quicker. You're wasting my buff. Why do I always fall for that? What did you even hit that interrupted you? That attack sucks. Why do I fall for it every time? I don't know why I keep thinking the combo is done as soon as he stops swinging. Because he always follows it up with a bullshit, like, uppercut. What? How was that not a block? That was, like, perfectly timed. This asshole just does not give you time to respond to anything he does. At least not with a charged attack. Can't fucking see. Fucking camera. Why? I did it again. I did it fucking again. Why? How did that get interrupted? Fuck. Just do something fucking normal, please. No, 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 no. No, fuck you, game. Why could you not let me out of that? He was one hit away. I swear to God, this game has, like, the most fucking highway robberies I've ever fucking seen in a video game. Just straight up. No, we're gonna make all this shit unavoidable. Like, right when you're down to the wire and you can kill a dude within one hit, that's when we're gonna rob you. Every single time. It just loves doing that. You know, what the hell? No, my God, the recovery time on that is fucking atrocious. Anytime you happen to hit a wall with a weapon, especially a heavier weapon, it takes so long to recover. Like that, look at how long I'm just like standing there. Like, just to give you an idea, I'm spamming R1. That's as long as it takes for it to let me do anything. I just get stuck in that animation of just recovering. actually backstabbed him before the icon even showed up, so. Alright, we just gotta get this guy. I think the terrain is not being very helpful for fighting this dude, as is typically the case, but clown bitch coming already? He is. Okay. I should have just fucking thrown something at him like a couple of times, and that's what I wanted to do, but I was just like, I had such low health, I was just like, it's I'm gonna fuck it up somehow. Come on, buddy. Let's get on over here. Great, the other guy decided to come along too. Could be a problem, potentially. Of course, I fucking knew that shit was gonna happen. I was like, I bet this hits you on the way back if you're not careful. Miss. And my buff is already gone. I hate when he rebounds off of something like that, because I want to use that as a moment to actually punish. I could just get the timing on that to be a little bit more consistently blocked. Of course. But like, you can kind of see what I'm talking about. Like, there's like no opportunity to actually fucking do anything. He just instantly goes right into his next combo. Wait, what? It didn't trigger? I guess it just ran out. This is why the staggerable system needs work. The window, frankly, should be a little longer by default. Thank you. Okay, hit the fucking... Whatever. Just die. I'm just tired of playing this with this asshole. Alright, we got another quartz. And quite a bit of ergo, probably just because we died a bunch, but... It's turned around. Oh, you bitch. Ruining my backstab like that? How dare. I should have snuck up, been more sneaky, just soft stepped up to him. Alright. Let's see if there's a shortcut or a stargazer. Radiant ergo. Yeah. Like, generally speaking, again, oh, nice. Most of the gripes I have with this game are pretty minor, actually. I do feel like they would improve the game if they could fix up a couple of things, like just a little bit of tuning, some fine tuning. You know, the staggerable window should be a little bit longer by default, I think. The fact that you can improve it with your quartz skills is already good, but I just think that it's even with that, it's still too short most of the time. Because when enemies can just keep comboing the moment it activates and you just completely lose your opportunity, it just feels really bad. When you're just like, oh, well, I would have loved to have tried to stagger him since I've been working really hard to stagger him this whole time, and then my one opportunity just fucking slipped away because he just keeps fucking swinging and I can't do anything about it. I don't think it's terrible. In fact, most bosses will give you, like, when they become staggerable, they might keep attacking, but usually they don't go into the world's longest combo. Like, the second boss did have one combo that could be annoying like that if their stagger state showed up during that combo or right before they were going to do that combo. But outside of that situation, you usually had a good opportunity to do it. And you could always try to switch to a weapon potentially where, you know, you have the charge attack. The charge attacks are always slow, but the thing about the stagger state is that it always inflicts on the final hit of the charge attack. So when I do a charge attack like this, it's two slashes, but only the second slash inflicts staggered. Both slashes inflict staggered damage, but the actual triggering of the state only will happen on the final attack. And it seems to be that way across the board for all weapons. But some weapons, they only do one attack when you charge them. Of course, it tends to be like the bigger, slower weapons, so they're still slow. But if you only have to hit them once, sometimes that's a little easier than trying to hit them twice. I'm playing Starfield right now, loving the journey. You just start side quest, and 2.5 hours later, you just finished a roller coaster of a story. Yeah, I'm sure I'll play it eventually. I was not overly hyped about trying to get into it right away, just because, you know, I like Bethesda to a degree. You know, obviously I enjoyed Skyrim, I enjoyed Fallout 4. But it's kind of like I gotta be in the mood for it these days. I think if there hadn't been such a big gap between Fallout 4 and, you know, Starfield, just as one of their big major Bethesda releases, I'd probably have been more hyped about it. But now that a lot of time has passed, I don't feel as hyped about Bethesda's design philosophy in general. Like, you know, I'm sure the mod community will absolutely fix the shit out of it, as well as make it like super fun to play with various mods, but like in its default state, I'm sure I'll have issues with the game. And because it's a Bethesda game, they always have problems, but don't get me wrong, I'm not trying to take anyone's fun away. If you're having a great time with the game, continue having a great time, please. I hope it blows your socks off, but my whole point is, like, as it is right now, me getting into especially such a game of that scope, especially when I'm already playing like Baldur's Gate 3, it just feels like a little much right now. and I don't know if I want to dedicate that kind of time to something that I don't feel super jazzed about at the moment. However, I do see myself picking it up to play eventually. I don't know if I'll stream it or not. I did stream Skyrim and Fallout 4 stuff, but I think I streamed them... I don't even remember how much Fallout 4 I even did on stream, if much at all. Honestly, I wouldn't even mind revisiting Fallout 4 eventually with some cool mod stuff. I'm quite certain I did some on stream, but I don't think it was very popular at the time, so I kind of just like quit pretty early on. Skyrim was more popular for people to watch when I was doing it, and I had modded the ever-loving shit out of it too. But the problem is that I just got bored halfway through my playthrough with it, just because there's so much shit to do, and I had already done so much of it already. You know, that it just couldn't really bring back the fun for me. Shouldn't be on the mods to fix the game if Bethesda indeed leans on that far too much. Yeah, exactly. They just, you know, quote unquote works as intended. They ship games with far too many problems. And a lot of it's because of the scope that they choose. Like, you look at something like Baldur's Gate 3, the game has bugs. Baldur's Gate 3 is a pretty buggy game when it comes right down to it. Is it completely broken because of those bugs? No, not necessarily. In fact, most of any things that might happen to break your game in the moment can usually be fixed with a reload. However, a lot of that just boils down to the scope being as big as it is. Even though that game has been in early access for years, I would never have in a million years have imagined that they would have caught every single bug in Baldur's Gate 3, or even a huge amount of them, before release. I fully expected that game to still be buggy by the time it released. There's certain ones that I'm surprised are still in there. I'm just like, really? This bug exists in this game? That seems like something you would have caught easily. But there's other ones that I'm just like, okay, they're more situational. This is something that could have easily been not noticed, or they just decided if it did get added to a file of, like, you know, to-do list of bug fixes, this was just not a top priority, so we'll fix it later in another patch. That happens pretty often, so I understand it. But when it comes to Bethesda, on the other hand, like, some of the shit that they release, it just doesn't play well in the first place. Like, now with Starfield, I imagine it'll be a better port overall, but like when Skyrim came out, like, it didn't come out for PC originally, like, right away, I think. And when it got moved to PC, the port was kind of shit. And so you had to mod the crap out of it if you wanted it to play well. Because otherwise the camera was kind of crappy. And there was a couple other things that just weren't good about it. As well as the fact that just the general amount of bugs and things not working well. But even their console copies, like, sometimes they ship with bugs that just never get patched. Like, I remember in Skyrim I wanted to play like an unarmed character, because I always liked the idea in the Elder Scrolls of just punching stuff to death. Like, in a world of, like, swords and sorcery and shit, I'm just the one guy that walks around just punching everyone to death. And just using cool wrestling moves or whatever. Just because it's silly. And, you know, things like mystical monks don't exactly exist in that universe in the same way that, like, they do in sort of like a Diablo setting or something, or D&D, where, you know, you just get all these kinds of, like, crazy monk abilities. Just someone who is instead just using, like, pure strength and just the hardness of whatever they're wearing on their hands as their sole means of just beating the crap out of people, including dragons. Just sounded really funny to me. So when I first played Skyrim, I got it on, like, Xbox 360 or something like that, and I think that's what it was. And I enjoyed it a lot, but the further I got into an unarmed playthrough, I was just like, man, I feel so fucking weak, and I don't understand why. Because you're supposed to get, like, I was like, okay, I don't expect it to necessarily be as strong as some of the other builds, but I had, like, heavy armor gauntlets, and there's a skill with, like, within unarmed, or within heavy armor, I think it is, that allows you to add your gauntlets, like your armor amount, to your damage of your punches, which only counts for heavy armor gauntlets, so you had to wear heavy armor. But it should have made it so that when you punch things, you do actually fairly decent damage. However, due to a bug that they never fixed, that wasn't working properly. And despite the fact that that perk exists, it's actually useless in the original Xbox 360 version, because the scaling of, well, I mean, the perk technically works, but the scaling of it, or however it's supposed to work, just doesn't work properly. So basically, the further in the game you get, the weaker your punches effectively are against harder enemies. and you just never really get any better. If you're playing a Khajiit, you get to add like claw damage to it, so your unarmed attacks are technically slightly better, but even still, unless you're playing the PC version, and they didn't fix it in the PC version either. They had to mod it for it to be fixed. But within those mods, you can actually play as an unarmed character and actually do good damage like you're supposed to with the right setup, instead of just slowly fading into obscurity as, you know, finding a build that just kind of doesn't work very well. Also, Hooded Robin, how's it going? Good to see you. Welcome in. Most Skyrim's main problem is that they really wanted to go for the meme release date of 11/11/11. That's true. I'm sure they had worked on it a lot before then. And don't get me wrong, I'm not trying to shit on Bethesda here. Bethesda has had a pretty good track record overall of making very fun to play games, but over the years, I think it's become a very like specifically catered experience. Like, if you want to play Starfield, you're playing Starfield because you like Bethesda games. That's the main thing of it. Like, maybe you'll get into Starfield because you really like space and space exploration, all that kind of stuff. That might trigger you to try Starfield. But I think there are other games out there that you might enjoy more, because Starfield is going to be its own sort of Bethesda experience in a space setting. That isn't a bad thing. It's just that it's a very specific thing. Because Bethesda is always going to just be very Bethesda about it. You're being a real Bethesda about it right now, I'm not gonna lie. All right. In honor of the happiest days of our family because of her presence, I still miss you, Camille. GG. Okay. Is Geppetto's first and or last name also starting with a G? It's probably not who that is, but... Celebration of Lady Sarasani, the Queen of High Society and a sponsor of the arts. Okay. I want to go back and level and stuff, but I just wanted to quickly look around to see if there was any other items I might have missed. Level up and spend our other quartz to further enhance our P organ. There's so many P organ jokes, man. Natural P organ enhancement. Just take your quartz pills. Still nothing showing up special for that ring or anything, so we'll just have to hang on to it, I guess. Anyway, the whole point that I was making before is that, like, if you're enjoying Starfield, I hope you continue to enjoy it. I would like to enjoy it at some point, and I think I will. I'm just not at that point yet. I really never quite got down. I think I even own it, but I never played Outer Worlds, I think it's called. Yeah, Outer Worlds. Despite the fact that I own it, I just have never gotten around to playing it, and I don't know if I ever will. I don't know. Like, that one is also, it's not like a main Bethesda thing, but like, or at least not to the same degree, I guess, but I think it was released under their umbrella, though.
I'll use my power to...
You might have to get some extra ergo here. Yeah, we need like 400. Not quite. What do we even want? Just like more vigor? Maybe we want a little bit more capacity so we can switch back to Falcon Eyes if we need it. But I'd love to also not need to do that. We can always like ditch a... In fact, we can already use Falcon Eyes. I forgot. We upgraded our defensive item. So we can always like switch. True, it's really Bethesda. Good quests, great world building, but not the best actual game design. It's just Fallout in space. Pretty much. I would say that their overall design philosophy is not as... It's not as bad as some people make it out to be. It's also not as good as some people make it out to be. I think their game design overall is alright. But they focus a lot on making these big grand spectacles of a game. Like, not just the stuff in their game, but the entirety of the game. Is like, look at all the shit that you can do in this game. And I'm like, that's cool. If you're someone who loves just being able to do all kinds of different shit in one game, Bethesda kind of has you covered. Even Larian has you covered when it comes to stuff like Baldur's Gate 3. You can do all kinds of shit in that game, but it's not to the same sort of degree. When it comes to Baldur's Gate 3, you can do all kinds of crazy shit that an RPG would allow you to do. When it comes to Bethesda games, You can do all kinds of crazy shit that a video game would allow you to do, if that makes sense in my distinction. First of all, let me get a little bit more of this, please. Use like 4 of these.
I'll use my power.
And then we could get some more vitality if we really want it. I'm really just... I feel weird leveling Vit. I need the survivability to go up a bit, but I think we need more stamina at this point, but also damage. we need everything, man. I can never get enough of it all. Let me just try to be a little bit more responsible with my stats here, because we're gonna need the vigor boost, because we're starting to run out of stamina a little bit with a heavier weapon and trying to like maintain dodges and stuff. So let's get at least this up to 12 and see how that feels, and then we can start upgrading damage again a bit more. Go ahead, anything for y'all. I did spend a bunch of my throwables, but that's kind of why we bought a bunch in the first place, so I'm not going to worry about going to get more. Honestly, I kind of wish they weren't as expensive or as rare to find in general as they are. Oh wait, hang on. Over here, let me grab the coins. Just in case, like, I'm not going to buy any more cube thingies, but if we do allow, if these things do allow you to, like, respec at some point, which I think they maybe do, though I don't know how you do it yet, you're going to want to still be able to collect them at least. Outer Worlds is kind of meh. I have it. It's not a Bethesda game, only Obsidian. Oh, it's just Obsidian. Okay. Right, okay, so Obsidian worked on Fallout New Vegas. Okay. The thing is, I do like Obsidian, but yeah, I don't know. Something about Outer Worlds just didn't... I didn't even try it. Like, I watched some people play it, and it just didn't work for me. The reason I own it is because I picked it up thinking it would make a good game for stream, and I got it, like, when it was on sale or something like that. But it's been sitting in, like, maybe my Steam library or something like that. Maybe Good Old Games or Epic Games, I forget which. And it's just been rotting there, to be honest. I don't know if I'll ever play it. Maybe Outer Worlds 2 will be different. We shall see. Yeah, quite possibly. Okay, let's go ahead and finish upgrading this guy. Let's see, enhanced fatal attack, pulse cell charge. What's our 3rd rank stuff? Wait, seriously? You can get more pulse cell uses out of this? Okay. And that already just seems worth it by itself. Quick wish stone use. That actually could be worth it because I've never used the cube thing, but having seen it used, it looks slow as hell. Charge Fable when reviving. Okay. I guess when you die and come back, it gets a little charge. Naturally recover durability of inactive weapons. Okay. Inactive probably doesn't mean unequipped. I mean, it might imply to unequipped ones as well, but just like if you have one in your your offhand slot or whatever, and you switch away from it, it'll slowly recover durability. Reduce item prices could actually be worth it. Legion magazine effect enhanced 2 could certainly be worth it, just in terms of not spending so much on every single Legion use. Increase ergo upon eliminating an enemy 2. That's more ergo per item for things killed. I kind of just want the extra heal right now, but I think we will probably pick up the increases ergo thing, because this means more levels. Maybe this would be better to get now. But having an extra heal, man, it could make a huge difference. Let's just do it. And now we get our 4th Fable slot as well. We have 7 heals now. That feels good. I think we're good to go. I think there was anything else we needed to do while we're here. Also, I just loaded up the Heavy Gauntlet perk of the Skyrim and Creation Kit. It's pretty bad. Just adds the base armor of the gauntlets to your unarmed attack, so you don't get any more damage from upgrading your gauntlets or from the heavy armor scale. Yeah. So I guess the perk description is misleading. It could just be that. It might not be specifically due to a bug. But I think there's a mod that fixes it so that like any upgrades you add onto it also get added to your damage instead of just the base. Because yeah, I remember it like working kind of, but not to the fullest extent. Because the thing is, when you upgrade your armors, especially because there's a heavy armor perk that allows you to get extra armor if all of your slots are heavy armor, like each piece of your armor is considered heavy armor, that you get a big synergy bonus that applies extra armor to each piece. So having those bonuses to all stack so that you got like, if you're wearing like the heaviest or most protective armor you can, it's like the Daedric armor, then your punches should be pretty hefty. But yeah, it's like only the base. So it might not be due to a bug, but just the way that it's designed just isn't useful. Obsidian did a super good job with Fallout New Vegas, but I'm not sure why. I'm not sure they can produce a game like that on their own, unfortunately. I mean, it's hard to say. It depends on the resources they have and the time, etc. Like, it might not be down to a lack of creativity. As Dodo was saying, it may just be that with Outer Worlds, they just felt they had to play it really safe, but who knows? Okay, I don't think there's anything else I want to do right now. I think we can leave the electric grindstone in there, although switching to a fire one at some point might not hurt. But let's head back. Still haven't found any half moonstone yet, so we can't upgrade anything to a +7. But yeah, Fallout New Vegas was a great game. Honestly, Fallout 3 and Fallout 4 were also pretty good. I think Fallout 4 was just missing some character, really. Like, the fact that you kind of couldn't play exactly the way you wanted to in terms of your characterization, because, you know, all of your dialogue choices felt mostly kind of inconsequential. Like, don't get me wrong, sometimes you had like a significant choice to make, but it wasn't like you could in Fallout 3 or New Vegas, doing the classic RPG thing of like, sometimes I want to just be the good guy and I'll choose the good guy option in dialogue, or I'll choose the more neutral option, or I'll choose one of these other options that is not just outright refusal, but like in some cases I'm just straight up calling this person an asshole to their face, in which case I get to be a dickhead in the whole playthrough if I want. And furthermore, sometimes that would allow you to do things like instigate a fight, so that like in the previous games when you had like a karma system, if someone attacks you, you don't actually receive bad karma for defending yourself. So if you instigate a fight for like via dialogue and let them attack you that way rather than just openly shooting them, you don't lose karma. Not everyone was someone you could do that with, but the fact that you could do it with like a number of NPCs and stuff was actually pretty cool. It's kind of like a nice way around certain little issues too, when you felt like you had to kill somebody but you didn't just want to outright shoot them and A, receive bad karma, or B, piss off some other NPC by doing that. Alright, so we're in the Opera House. Oh. So this statue, the bottom one here, I don't know why, but I thought the face was like looking the other, like down at first, and then I went to go look at it and I was like, man, why is your face all like not detailed and just rocky and shit? Just looking at the back of its head. I see something new and potentially nasty up there. It's got like actual puppet strings or something. There's another one there. Very spidery. Hello. Oh, you're controlling these ones. And they get disruption. I don't know how that all missed, but no, that's not good. What? Come on. Man, everything in this game gotta hit you like super hard, I guess. I guess if we get them far away enough, though, they're not controlled anymore. Okay. Well, that's something to keep in mind if we need to do it. It's not fast, but it's at least a way to get them. Question is, do you just spawn more? I can't target you. Okay, another one of those. We could be upgrading a boss weapon here at some point. Got stairs up on that side. You're probably gonna have more enemies over here, I'm sure. Well, I keep trying to backstab her, but she keeps spinning. Spinning a little too much. And the buffered rolls you get. The link dodge thing is cool and all. Being able to dodge more frequently does allow you to kind of get distance quickly and all, but like, I gotta say though, like sometimes it like severely buffers rolls like really badly. Like I'll have pressed the button a couple of times. I think I'm done link dodge rolling, and then suddenly another roll comes out of nowhere. Alright, spider lady, how nasty are you actually? Of course you got friends. A lot of friends, in fact. So this would be a good time for me to have something like Falcon Eyes, because I could shoot one of them. And the explosion could be more significant. Are you kidding me? Don't do that. See, I did not mean to roll 3 times there. See, why no backstab? What, just why do they make backstabbing so difficult to pull off in this game? Like, you can get somewhere where it looks like it should work, and it just doesn't. Okay, just keep missing, I guess. Right, okay. So it's not the initial part, it's the end that's a problem. Did not roll 3 times. Wow, you don't even get pulled the whole way? God damn. Their puppet ability is strong as hell. Like, I'm just trying to think of like any sort of good way to approach this situation. The problem is these things don't stagger at all. They do an insane amount of damage. And because the thing controlling them is not moving away from them anymore, or stays in motion, I can't like separate them. Okay, you're just gonna 3-hit combo now instead of 2. Love to see it. Why are you making backstabs so hard to do? Give that flamethrower thing. I can't. The thing is, you can't just equip them like a weapon. You have to equip them at a. Oh my god! Stop with your sudden more combo hits. You have to equip them at a Stargazer. Otherwise, I would use something more useful. Yes. But how's it going, Shadok? Like, you'd think even that would be enough to knock them down or something, but... Like, I'm just gonna have to start playing more defensively, I guess. What happened to the other one? Oh, there it is. I don't know why it just got, like, stuck over here. See, when they're not controlled like a puppet, they're super easy. And if they had, like, any form of stagger, I would just kind of do that a little differently, but they just don't stagger at all. They're, like, completely unflinching to any sort of damage you do to them. The puppet string, being able to just, like, pull them over to you would be useful, but even that doesn't work. So there's just, like, no good way to deal with them with what I have. I would specifically need, to use... I would specifically have to throw stuff at them, or, yeah, have, like, you know, if I had it equipped. Strange room. I would just use, like, the flamethrower or the falcon eyes. Technique amulet. Does it actually just improve your technique, or... Technique +4. That's kind of cool. Definitely an argument for more amulet slots would be something like this. It's actually really light, too, which is interesting. 1.7 instead of 2. If you haven't heard that Square Enix Avengers game is now marked down to $4 due to it being delisted soon, the microtransactions are dead, and I have heard the gameplay isn't bad. Potentially at least worth $4. So you're like a weird mishmash of different puppets, apparently. Of course you have a follow-up. Why wouldn't you? You always do. And sometimes it's just really hard to tell when they're actually going to attack. Everything in this game is designed to just fucking catch you off guard. Okay, I don't know why my dude just did nothing there. Like, I'm gonna do this move, and then next time you see me do that same move, I'm going to follow it up with something completely fucking different. But when in shock, your character's stamina recovery immediately decreases. Okay. Like, I am in shock, right? Shouldn't be. Apparently somebody here could apply shock, and I don't know if I somehow had shock the moment I died. See, these enemies suck like this. You know, honestly. Like they're, you know, I could just run by them, you know, obviously, but like, I don't know why, you know, they didn't make them in like even moderately staggerable. Maybe not this, although we won't get a lot of damage out of this guy. I think we could try it, see if it's any better for the group. But yeah, just the fucking puppet string does nothing for us against these when they're completely unflinching and immovable due to the stupid puppet ability. As soon as they walk out of range, it's fine, but like, I just want to, like, I could backstab them, but they make the backstab so difficult to pull off. I don't think that's worth it either. The damage is just too low. If I wait for you to come to me, will the other ones be too far away to really do much? Because if I can just fight you by yourself, then you're much less of a problem. Nope, they spawn in behind her. You take a lot to light on fire. So your puppet ability does not go away? What the fuck? There it goes. Maybe they were in the vicinity of the other one or something that was causing an issue. Yeah, I don't think Flame is doing the trick here either, but we can adjust and use Falconize later if we need to. But I'll have to switch my defensive item back down if I do, because it's a little too heavy to use with Falconize unless I up my capacity again. You. Okay. So just want to try to block that one. See, I don't like that attack at all. That attack is actually bullshit simply because it actually hits you twice, like instantly. Like if you're at the right range, only the actual hand is gonna hit you, but he can land on you at the same time, which makes it hit you twice instead of just once. And you're only gonna really be able to perfect block one of those. You can't really do it to both unless somehow the same timed perfect block counts for both of them. Although it didn't really there. Exploding pickaxe blade. Well, we've seen that before. That's cool. Flame strike. Neat. Alright, back to this for now. Yeah, it's very slow. Some of the strength weapons are actually insanely slow, but if you're picking your moments of attack right, like, I mean, I don't think too many enemies are too hard to hit, but there are some that just don't give you much opportunity, like, admittedly. Like, when I just fought the the clown, for example, like that guy, I feel like it would be hard to hit with certain slow attacks for slow weapons. Even the weapon I'm using now feels a little too slow with the adjustments I've made. If I go back to just the base saber, it might be a little easier, but I don't know. For legendary actress Adelina Corday, even those who envied her reputation loved her songs. Can't go that way. I don't think there's anything else in here at the moment that we can do anything with. Okay, another Crescent Moonstone. We can probably start leveling up the Flame Dagger if we want. Oh, I thought that was an enemy at first. Just a chandelier that is just going to keep on eternally swinging. Alright, so we unlocked a shortcut. Let's see what's to the right side now. I also didn't go up the other stairs, so we should do that too. Let's just bring you down here so that you're not a problem. Would have preferred if the other one also came with you, but I apparently didn't aggro it yet. Yeah, I switched to the oversized paper cutter blade, aka the booster glaive, just because I've been wanting to experiment with different weapons. I like the moveset though. This is just heavier and slower because it's, well, just a heavier weight. It's a great sword instead of a sword type of blade. You seemed aggroed for a second there, but you're still just kind of chilling up there. Maybe you're better off just running straight up the stairs so you can deal with these. She really held that one. At least the the spider ladies themselves aren't too bad. They're a little annoying, but not terrible. Belford Disruption cartridge. Okay. Obviously, disruption seems like it would be useful here, but smaller one, so other than disruption resistance, we'll lose a lot of defensive stats there. Well, and, you know, we'll regain some weight, but... Alar?
Oh, who are you? You're not a puppet. Are you here to listen to my music? I can't sing anymore. This petrification disease took away my songs. Riddles. I was fooled by him. He said this place was a shelter. Patricia, I'm so sorry.
Yeah, I may have killed your sister, by the way.
Oh, Patricia, I'm so sorry.
Not my fault. She attacked me.
Just
I mean, I've had this apple for a while. I'll give it to you. I don't know what it's gonna do, but I've been waiting to give it to somebody.
Oh, thank you. Oh, this is the sweetest apple I've ever had. I can't stop death from taking me, but I have enough strength to confess my sins. Can you listen to my last confession? Patricia, I coveted your voice. If I can't match it, then even if I have to break you, Adelina Corday must have it all. I know it's wrong, but still, I love you. I know it's wrong.
Maybe we'll come back and see if anything happens. I don't know if Patricia was the lady in white, though. That might have been... It might have been her, but... She kept referring to Adelina as her sister.
I know it's wrong.
Can't really do anything else with her right now, though. This other door was not openable, right? No, okay. Just checking. Sounds like a super nice lady. Yeah, well, apparently there's a boss fight right over there. Past the old chandelier pendulum. Okay, apparently we can't go across this. I hope giving her fruit was the right choice, because I'm surprised nothing came of it. But maybe something will. More enemies need to stagger to charged attacks, man. It just seems like they're so difficult to use otherwise. See, like right there, I'm out of stamina is the problem, but it's okay. We can rest before we go into the boss fight. I guess there's not even really a big reason to come up here to fight her. Okay, so speaking of, is there anything else off the sides for us to do here, or is it just the boss fight now? So I don't know if I saw anything else down here, but we should double check. That's for later. Can't do anything there. We went into the room where this guy was hiding out at, and we went down that other corridor where we found the other chest. So yeah, it seems like that's everything. All right, let's go rest, and we'll proceed forward to the Biaus fight. Hopefully, not struggle for 3 hours. Say press button. It did, but it won't work from this side. It's like interacting with any door that doesn't open from this side. It still gives you an interact prompt, but it'll give me like a little zap and then be like, oh, can't do that from here. You have to be on the side where the light is lit up red. I actually want to go back and level up too really quick. Confused by that phrasing. Yeah, no, I get it. Yeah, no, any of those like shortcut doors with the light, one side's always broken and not lit up, and then the other side is always like red and lit up. And the red side is the one you can actually do something with. So we need 7,000 to level up. We probably can do that just fine. Yes. I guess just go ahead and use all of these. Just to go ahead and spend what we have so we don't potentially lose it. Although there's not a huge likelihood of that because bosses really like to put your ergo right before the boss fight. But just in case, you know. I don't like having odd numbers, but I guess we'll go ahead and put 1 point into something here, maybe just for stamina. Maybe vitality would be worth it. I don't like leveling vitality, but No, we need that survivability, dude. Getting 3 extra damage is probably not going to make the difference here. So I think 1 point of Vit or Vigor is where it's going to be at. And I feel like we get a much bigger benefit out of Vitality because Vigor's literally only 4 points of stamina right now. So let's just do it. We finally caved and leveled up a little bit of Vitality. I mean, it's not finally. We had already leveled up some before, but the first level I did was just to get it to 10 because I didn't like having it at 9 because I don't like the... I like round numbers, but I only recently put it to 12 because I had levels to spend and I was like, okay, I'm getting a little tired of being two-shot by certain things, so even with the defensive items that we have, it's just not really making the cut here. I guess I'll stick with the Flamberge for this. We might want a different arm, but I don't know. We'll have to see what this fight's going to be like. The Aegis could be cool, but it's very heavy, and I don't think I'm going to be able to wear it with my current weapon without lowering our other defensive items out for a lighter weight. So yeah, let's go, and then I'm going to quickly run to the bathroom while this is loading. And then we'll go fight a boss. So I will be right back, y'all. Alright, I'm back. Sorry for the wait. Let's go give this a try. Wait for her to come down quick. Oh, nice. Give me a reason to level up my flame dagger, I guess. My hot knife. Actually, maybe we... Hang on, before we fight the boss, let me see what this is all about. Oh, there's a Trinity key door. This is... What is this? I guess it's just wrapped in canvas. For a second there, I thought that was a giant spider cocoon, and I was like, oh, that's not good. That's not a good sign. We're fighting some big fucking spiders. See what all this is about first before we go fight the boss, because I forgot that there was pathway here. That sounds like another big boy. I think he's above me, maybe. Lady spiders, yeah. Oh, here's the shortcut door. Okay. See, so yeah, like, you just hit the red button on this side, then you can unlock it. Oh, there must be another. I see that one up there. And that one there, I don't see the controller anywhere. Maybe we're far away enough that... You don't have to worry about that. It is very bloody in here, though. What's in the safe? Hopefully it won't take long before we can find another Trinity key. Incredible Venini collection. We obviously have to do that. Maybe before we do the boss fight. I was not expecting there to be like a whole nother big wing for us to explore here. It's a big boy, right? Another one of these patchwork biggins. Yep, I knew it. What? A little lame that can hit behind you. Man, your animations are so hard to read. But why, dude? Look at how much damage that does. I had like half my HP. His follow-up alone, not even a red attack, took half or more than half my HP in one hit. Like, oh, you happen to be a little bit too close, so I'm gonna do the shitty follow-up, and it just does that much damage? Come on, man. Like, give me a small fucking break. I don't mind, like, genuinely, I don't mind a game where enemies, like, basically any enemy in the game can just fuck you up. But it really sucks when an enemy fucks you up within, like, a single fucking hit. Simply because their shit's just overtuned. Strongman and a dancer, yeah. I need you to come down here. You're gonna be a problem with the others there. See, it's a double hit. Like, how are you supposed to fucking protect yourself against that? Sorry. Neck's still bugging me a little bit here. Just trying to find a way to get into like a position where it's just not feeling achy for some stupid reason. Alright, can you come down again, perhaps? Fire's at least good against them. Well, just backpedal, I guess. else we got in here? Dim Ergo. Notes from an experiment. The test subject's body is better than expected. Its ergo coordination, physical sensitivity, and modification adaptability figures all succeed expectations. Couldn't ask for better results. All that's left is to make a decision. I won't be able to undo my crime. I don't regret it. I've come too far for regret. I'm ready to become a god or a devil. I just hope that the owner of the body finds peace through this revenge. Perhaps this prayer is a remnant of my last bit of humanity. Okay. This area is bigger than I thought it was going to be. Can I just not? I want to default to that, but I don't know that I can. I think I like have to jump to it, which is going to be very awkward. Maybe. Nope. Just can't. There's a butterfly down here too, but let's see if I can get the item first. Oh, you don't even need to jump. I thought this was part of the edge of the wall. I love the little dodge roll that he did there to like dodge and then aim. That was cool. Yeah, the butterflies are crystal lizards. There's like red ones and there's like kind of pinkish purple. I don't know. Slightly different colored ones. I think that's the extent of the other way now. So now we can do the boss fight. Just give me like 1 second here. Just trying to stretch a little bit. Do the thing for the store. Actually, that's a good idea. We should go do that. Still no other areas to go to for anything in particular. If we happen to have enough leftover ergo with consumables, we could potentially squeeze out one more level too, just to get our stamina back up to an even number, although that's kind of a lot. Alright, you... Let's see.
At the House of Venini. Master Venini carefully curated this collection box himself. With it, you have returned to us what was stolen. You have our gratitude. The House of Venini always keeps a few special items in the private reserve, sir. Only for our more discerning patrons, of course.
Oh, nice. Thank you.
At the House of Venini, even...
Yes. Alright, so what do you have now? You get a Tyrant Murderer's Dagger Blade, so it's like a regular knife. Good technique scaling. Gets grind and quick stab. Indomitable grindstone. Temporarily enhances guard performance. Interesting. Special grindstone can be equipped, blah, blah, blah. Special grindstones are made... Okay, yeah, I know. Be triggered by using the grinder when guarding because it's it doesn't really say anything about the specifics of its ability. So you got acid and you got this one. I wonder if the acid one, if you attack something enough frequently, if it has a breakable weapon, if it'll cause it to break more quickly, because that would be really useful. But this, if it made it so that like when you guard, you more frequently get perfect guards, that could be really good. It doesn't last very long, of course, but even so. Okay, so now there's Belford instead of Workshop Union. Reinforced liner. Multi-layer. Okay, so these are heavier as you would expect, but they're more... They're not so specifically just one... No, they are still specific to being, like, the best for one type. So it's still, like... Yeah, it's confusing. There's Slash... Pierce, and then Strike. They're just better versions, but also the other damage types get improved as well. So these are, they're heavier, but they're a better defensive split across the board. But again, it takes a lot of weight to use. So Carcass Butcher's Amulet increases damage inflicted on carcasses. That would have been good in the last fucking area in the cathedral. I'm sure we'll come across more, or at least I imagine so. I wonder if this would have applied a damage bonus to the boss too, because, you know, it's kind of like a big carcass. I kind of want to collect like all the weapons, so I might just go ahead and buy this, even if we don't end up really using it. I'm curious what the grind ability does. What's it say? Increases critical hit chance temporarily. Okay. Yeah, let's just buy this. I don't know if I'll end up actually using it or not, but I like collecting all the weapons anywho. Oh, that's cool. It gets a slightly altered moveset. Like, this one's kind of just more straightforward, just stabby stab. It doesn't get, like, the... You just get, like, little double stabs. They're probably a little heftier. Also, the damage is split on this weapon type, of course, but... With this, it's certainly better physical attack. Apparently it has a pretty high crit rate. It's a crit dagger. And the grind thing, did grind say it increases? Yeah, increases crit chance even further, so that's kind of cool. You could just make a crit build out of this knife, I guess. Seems good. But you could also put this sword on this hilt if you want to just have, like, or not sword, but this dagger. So you could have the salamander dagger blade on this hilt and get the faster moveset. It probably won't do quite as much damage. And also the scaling, I'm sure, is different, because I'm sure this one is more just... Yeah, this one is mainly technique. This one is advanced. But yeah. Still cool. Might be something to fuck around with later. Okay, yeah, so I'm not gonna worry about, like, squeezing out an extra level or anything. Let's just move it along here. If we need to worry about levels, we can farm up a little bit of extra ergo or something and then come back and level up. Hopefully that won't be necessary. Sorry, just while I'm here, just want to double check and make sure there's nothing else we want to do. We do have quite a bit of Crescent Moonstone. We could level up, like, our dagger, for example, but we can also just come back to do that if we need to. Let me check something. Oops, not craft, modify. We would need 2 for another upgrade of this. The thing is, the Flamberge is not great because we don't have great advance anyway. We still can't upgrade anything that we would want to use potentially here. We could upgrade the puppet string. I don't think Trace is super great. Necessarily. I mean, it could be good. If it's... The description is weird. If this is what just enables you to pull into a bigger enemy, that's fine. Or maybe you can use this to pull to any enemy, as long as you're holding the button. Because I feel like that's supposed to be... Yeah, it just says move you towards it. So I think as long as it's like a bigger one, if you're just holding the button, it just lets you pull in anyway. So I don't quite understand what Trace is supposed to do, unless this description is misleading and you don't actually get that ability until you unlock this. I don't know. The dodge one, I don't even care about that much. The one that I care about is attack link, because this looks fucking sick to do. And you could probably use it tactically to like avoid certain big hits and just follow up with your own big hit if you time it right. But it also just looks fucking cool as shit. But yeah, maybe we'll hold off for now until we get some more Legion caliber thingies, whatever it's called, to upgrade stuff with or whatever. Maybe we'd want to go back to the Falconized temporarily for the boss. I don't know. Let's just stick with the Flamberge and let's see what happens. But for now, we gotta go back. We can also switch up the blade if we need to. If we find the paper cutter to be a little too slow in that fight, then we can always swap back to the saber blade if we need something quicker, or even the salamander dagger for something extra quick, although we'd need to upgrade it some more for it to be like decent damage, because it's sitting at a +3 right now. Come on over. I don't really see any more stuff here. Obviously, you know, some of these boss fights, as much as I've griped about them, I've never tried summoning a Spectre. I'd prefer to never need to. I really don't want to have to summon a Spectre. On subsequent playthroughs, if I do, you know, play this again, I might just make life a little easier and summon a Spectre on some fights. Because honestly, like, the Archbishop was just such a pain in the ass. Like, even when I understood the fight better, it was still just a pain in the ass, because it's just inconsistent. Because, I mean, the intentional difficulty design is already, like, harsh as hell for the 4th boss in the game. But on top of that, it's just wonky, because the positionings make some of the... If you're at a weird angle or too close or a little too... Well, not so much too far, but if you're a little too close to him or at a weird angle, some of his attacks hit sooner than they otherwise would when you're kind of standing more straight in line with him. And your best window to parry is when you're kind of like standing more straight in line with him and at a little bit of a distance. So it's very wonky for certain things, and you get pushed around the arena a lot. You end up in corners a lot. The camera gets fucked. And then straight up in the second phase, like... There's some attacks that are just insanely difficult to avoid getting killed by, particularly the charge, the mega charge thing that it does. Like the giant laser beam, no problem, but the charge that becomes a second charge followed by a red attack that's a big, you know, running sweep, like avoiding that entire combo and not dying is super difficult to do. Like I avoided it once out of sheer panic, and I don't even quite understand how I avoided it. But I will say this, as frustrating as that boss was, I feel very validated having gone back to see some other streamers that I follow having also struggled with it, perhaps even more than me. I don't want anyone to struggle with that boss the way I had to, but just from what I've seen, other people have also gotten very stuck on that boss. I've seen also some people just get super lucky or just be otherwise god gamers and somehow get through it in just a few tries. Apparently that ain't me, though. That's fine. I'm just glad we got past it eventually. Alright, let's see what this boss is all about. In the Opera House. Fight the opera boss, maybe? Oh look, it's another me. I assume that's supposed to be a representation of Geppetto and me. This is the king of puppets, right? He's not gonna take too kindly to that, I think. I'm probably gonna be very pissed off at this fight, but I'm at least liking the theatrics of the intro. Alright, he's got 4 big old arms. Of course. Always expect to follow up. Ooh. Oh, I thought I would get the block there, but apparently not. What does this do? Okay, something nasty, I guess, if you don't get out of the way. His body's a little hard to hit, honestly. Okay, I don't like his reposition attack. It's kind of lame. What? Thank you. I would have liked to have kept hitting him, but I was out of stamina there. This guy's a little hard to hit sometimes just because of his positioning. Alright, he frenzies after either a phase transition. Okay. What the fuck? What? Okay, thought I'd get the block there. Oh, that's different. Oh, okay. Okay, that's possible to avoid, probably, but you gotta be pretty far away. Damn. Damn it. Not the time to do that. First fucking phase again, isn't it? Yep. It's always like, okay, I was really hoping, I should have known better, but I was like, maybe they're actually just giving us a kind of easy boss for once. I should have known. At least he's, I mean, I wouldn't call it fast, but his shit's pretty avoidable though, so like, I feel like getting through phase 1 is maybe not so bad, not compared to like the Archbishop, or at the very least you can play it pretty safe if you want to. Of course, it double hits. Okay, keep doing that attack, because it's by far the most punishing thing I can hit you with right now. Still just trying to like get an idea of how this guy moves. Out of heals, so I'm also just trying to play it very safe right now. Whoa. Ow, fuck you. Why don't you want to do the leap attack anymore? He was doing it like crazy before, but now he just doesn't want to do it at all. What? What the fuck? Come on, game. What was that movement? It's the same as he's always done, but suddenly now it has insanely good tracking. If you look close at the letters, you can tell what they are saying. Do you think I have time to look at that shit? I think over time, maybe the more you lie or something, the more you can actually understand what they're saying, probably. And maybe by the time you do New Game Plus, you'll actually be able to understand all of the puppet speech, which is cool. But yeah, during the start of a boss fight, it's like, I don't know, it's difficult to like have time to actually read stuff, especially if it happens in the middle of a boss fight. All right, I do think we can beat that guy, although I haven't seen what the halfway point of his second phase is going to be like necessarily, so. Right, that is a follow-up. I need something good to... I like how his face turns into a gun, too. Give me something good to block here. What? I seem to be pretty out of the area there. Just when I blocked that. Like anything else, I feel like these bosses just don't really give you time to actually attack. As much as, you know, these fights should be like an ebb and flow, but they just kind of aren't. It's more just ebb. I don't think I can get out of the way. Nope. That's some fucking bullshit right there. What happened to my block? What game? What are you doing? What the fuck? Okay, this feels like a retry and a half. Okay. I mean, I'm looking at what he's saying and I can't tell what he's saying. It's still gibberish. I mean, mind you, I only had like a brief moment to look at it there, but... Come on, a little faster. Sorry, my neck is still just really bugging me right now. Okay. Not an excuse as to why I'm losing or anything, it's just... I mean, it's certainly not helping things. Why did my block get eaten? Of course. Like, this asshole is just hard to hit, is the problem. Like, I don't know if it would be better to just not fight him locked on or something. My shit just misses half the time because of his legs. Ugh, come on, game. Just give me a good block, please. Just one of these days, it's gonna actually let me do the thing properly. See, I don't understand what I'm supposed to do. Like, that's basically a red attack without it actually being a red attack. Yeah, the game kind of fucked me on that one. I don't... Genuinely speaking, the King of Puppets first phase doesn't seem that bad, but that one attack is actual bullshit. Because if you're in the wrong part of the arena, you just can't do anything. Like, maybe you can perfect guard it somehow, but I don't know how, because the timing, it just sort of happens when it happens. Look at the hitbox for that, by the way. That shit hit me well before the arm actually even swung my way. It's because he's hitting it with the first part of his arm, I guess. See, like, if I'm here, what am I supposed to do? I'm just fucked, I guess. What's the strat? Someone give me the strat on that one, please. I'm all ears. Like the first time we fought this dude, he didn't seem that bad because I could just kind of stay away from him a little bit. But to stop them lives on the line. Yeah, I'm not asking what the lines are right now. I'm more interested in just trying to figure out how the fuck to do the fight at the moment. Can I just get a fucking perfect guard, please? Ugh. Like, I don't... Okay, that attack is fine. It's when he spams the bullshit one that I just don't know what the fuck to do. Never seen that before in my whole life. Come on, game. Double hits, too. Thanks, table. Love your work. Brand fucking new attack again. Man, this camera is fucking me over right now. Thanks for just not parrying, I guess. I don't know why the first phase is just giving me so much trouble now. It didn't seem like this would be the case before, but now I just can't seem to fucking get anywhere with it. Like, I don't even know how to get in to fight this dude most of the time. Hello, please react when I say to do things. Yeah, it's about what I figured. What am I supposed to do? Like, I don't understand what to do about that. The rest is, like, kinda okay, but not that. Like, there's nothing you can do about it. If he's in the center of the arena, it's just unavoidable because it covers the entire arena. Like, is it blockable? Because I've tried. Like, with a perfect guard, I mean. How are you still not staggered, by the way? Ugh, fuck off. like, look at what I'm talking about. Like, why did they make this such bullshit? Like a double hit? I just figured I'd go in at that point because the fight was lost at that point already. Like, you can't perfect guard double hits like that. What are you supposed to do? Just be like, oh, I guess some attacks you just dodge. Like, it's just so counterintuitive to what the game's fucking fundamental design tells you what to do. Like, what the fuck are you thinking about when you put shit like that in your game? I don't know why he seems so easy the first time, too. Like, now I just can't even seem to get close to the guy. And if he spams that arena spanning attack, like, I just can't do anything. Okay, I don't know why you didn't do a follow-up. Come on. Can I just get a fucking perfect guard, please? Why is it just not working? Too early constantly. I hate the reposition move. It's so stupid. Especially when he instantly follows up without a telegraph. Okay. As soon as we get to this part, I just don't know what the fuck to do anymore. See, like, what do you do here? Fucking debris. Did the tables need to be here? What? Oh my god, none of that fucking should have hit me. I can't block any of this. It's just not blocking. Why, dude? Does anyone have an answer for that big fucking attack? Just no one at all? Hey Sass, how's it going? Like, I'm legitimately asking for once. There's just no answer to this. I don't know how to fucking block it or do anything to defend myself against it. Run away? What if you can't because it covers the entire arena? Like, run away worked when he's at one side of the arena, but if he's in the center, you can't run away from it. Yeah, I suppose it could be iframeable, maybe. God, this fight it went from fine to shit, like in a very small period of time. I tried dodging. I was maybe too late, but... Anyway, Sass, Car Guy, Phil, how's it going? Enjoy your lurk. I hope I don't get stuck on this douchebag for 3 hours like I did with the... It's a frankly severely bullshit attack. The first time I did the fight, like this first phase I first tried, granted I was being a little cavalier with my resources, and, you know, not assuming there'd be a second phase. Of course there was going to be a second phase. Because they just can't fucking help themselves, and instead of just giving you one boss that's like a little bit of a break from the other bullshit bosses. Oh, what the fuck just happened there? I was literally just holding my stick forward. Okay, you know what? Like, dodging is the only thing that makes any sense. Running away, sure, it's viable if he's on one side of the arena, but if he's in the center, you literally can't dodge it. Like, it covers the entire arena. I don't know if they accidentally made it too big. Because here's the thing. You can see the shockwave, right? But the hitbox is actually bigger than the shockwave by, like, a considerable margin. I feel like that's an accident. Maybe. Of course, the one time that actually hits. I really wish his timings for that were less inconsistent. I hate that that's not telegraphed. What? How did that hit me earlier than normal? Bro. So, if he's in the center of the arena, I want you to look into this. I'm outside of the shockwave, it hits me anyway. Just to make that very abundantly clear to everyone watching, I don't know if it's an accident that they made it that big, or what. Why no block? Come on. Jesus Christ. This fight went from fine to utter bullshit in the matter of one extra fight that I had to do. See, the small one, no problem. You just get away from it a little bit, it's fine. The big one spans the entire arena because of the extra hitbox that it has. And maybe you can iframe it. I hate that that's a double hit. That's so bullshit. You can't even perfect guard it because the secondary hit will just hit you anyways. Why was that not a perfect guard? It's the same exact timing. I can't fucking see, game. There we go. See, if he's at one end of the arena, you're totes fine. If he's in the center, it's unavoidable and like outside of maybe a block. Oops, I pressed the wrong button. That time it actually let me perfect guard them both. That time it was just slow because I was at a different range, I guess. What a bullshit boss, dude. This, I don't know, man. Like, I really wanted to like this guy at first, but now I just find it annoying. Like, they just fucked it up real bad. Where was my block? This thing suffers from the exact same problem the Archbishop does. It's inconsistent hitboxes depending on your range. Bro, do you just combo everything now? If it was just this guy, I don't think I'd care that much. It's just that knowing that this becomes a two-phase fight is what makes it so frustrating, because I know I have a whole nother dude to deal with after this. Can you even identify the hitbox that actually just hit me? Like, he hit me with like the corner of his arm without the corner of his arm actually touching me. It's just a sheer case of this design is flawed badly. They really needed to take this one back to the workshop and fix the hitboxes on it. Just let me close in for a fucking attack, please. So there it goes. There's my only opportunity gone. I hate that one so much. It's so fucking fast. Like, the moment you even see him doing it, it's hitting you. Too early. Okay, I just thought I was out of the range that time. I'm gonna die. I don't have anything left here. Yeah, he seems very weak to electricity, and I should probably just use electricity on him or something, but like, man, it just sucks. Like, if I have to exploit like a specific weakness, I guess it's fine, but the problem is I don't have a leveled electricity weapons, so the only thing I can really use that's going to be any good is my Fulminus. Yeah, as long as they're not overweight, at least that's good. As far as weapons are concerned, like, we could equip this. We're not overweight. I don't think it's going to be very good, considering it's not upgraded at all. But we could fight the first fight and then try... We'll just see what the damage is like, I guess, with it unupgraded. Because maybe the electricity is enough to make a difference here. Really? I don't know what happened to my block there. I wish you could just like stand under his legs or something to make this fight like a million times easier. And the double hit. So nice. Like, the only other thing I can do, I could use the electric blitz thing on my normal weapon and do a little bit better, probably. Okay. Technically a dodge wouldn't have worked, I guess, but... Yep. This guy just has an answer for everything you do. Like, you can't close the distance, you can't stay away. This is such shit, man. What happened to my guard? What? Now you follow that up? What the fuck? How did that not get out in time? Oh, just... Bro, this is so dumb. I don't understand why it went so well the first time. Like, I don't know what I'm doing differently. I'm trying to play better, that's what it is. I played like shit, and it somehow went perfectly. I mean, I wouldn't say perfectly. I still fucked up a lot, but... Alright, let me just try the electric grindstone instead. Because the first phase we can do okay with just this weapon. It's the second phase that's fucking awful. Because he just won't let you get close to him. Every time you even try, he's just like, let me swing at you 50 fucking times now. And I just can't seem to get the timing down for any blocks. Outside of, like, that attack, at least when it's working. I hate the fucking reposition. What? Oh, fuck. That thing is so not telegraphed. It's just kind of absurd. Well, we're just gonna take damage, I guess. Wait, what? You just go in? That's the strat? You just gotta fucking get in under his legs and it doesn't hit you? Well, shit. If I had known that, dude. Unless that was a fluke. What? Okay. Really had a good chance to hit him there if it weren't for that shit. See, that one just pushes you back. It doesn't even hurt you when it's up close. Oh no, don't get stuck. Okay. Okay, well that changes things. That's way fucking easier to deal with. If we have a actual viable means to deal with that shit, it's fine. In fact, if it's a moment we can even capitalize. Oh, that's new. Okay. Somehow I was able to dodge that. Alright, puppet bitch, let's do this shit. That shouldn't be so easily dodgeable. I wouldn't even say it's easy to dodge necessarily, but... Come on. That, see, when he does that shit, it's bullshit. Can't dodge. I need to learn how to parry this guy. Can't just keep dodging all the time. But he's got the Gehrman attack. Oh fuck. Apparently when you're that close, it just does that, huh? Okay, please let me respond. Come on, man, with the infinite combos already. Okay, where are my blocks going, dude? Where are my blocks? You can at least try, game. What the fuck? Oh, that move sucks. Ugh. I feel like it would have been a lot cooler cinematic-wise for the second phase, instead of the mech pilot jumping out of the puppet from the intro, got up to fight you. Oh, the the little white puppet. Yeah, that could have been funny. I still think the first health bar's second phase is also bullshit. You could probably consider this like a 4-phase fight. I really wish they would not do this. I think that they thought they were just like being hot shit with this or something, to be like, hey, you know what no FromSoft game has ever done? Put in dual 2-phase, 2 health bar boss fights as like their first boss, or fourth boss, I mean. No, see, that was different. I don't know why. Maybe he just pushes you back if you're... I hate that attack so much. easier. Can I get my blocks, please? See, maybe it was just a fluke. I don't know. No, see, he has a quick version. Never mind. Hello. I hate that that's a double hit. It's so unfair. Can I just please get a fair shake on any of this fucking fight, dude? Oh, fuck off. The fucking thing hit my toe. Well, there goes my opportunity. And where went my block? I don't know. Just nowhere to be found. That as a follow-up. There's just no time for me to capitalize on anything in this fucking fight. Whoa. He's up there, buddy. I still just want to learn his moves a little bit better. That shit sucks. He just kind of like boomerangs into you. If you're at the wrong distance, like, it just becomes impossible to avoid for some reason. I need you to do like a very specific attack here. This is going to be too slow to use, I'm sure. Yep. That thing can't be used in the middle of a boss fight unless you get, like, the quicken ability for it, I think. I think you just have to use it at the start of a fight if you're going to use it at all. The cube takes fucking 5 years to actually use. I genuinely question a lot of the design philosophy that they use in this game. It's fucking bizarre. Certain things they made intentionally, like, agonizingly slow for no, like, I don't know, it's just inexplicable, like, why you would bother to do something like that. You know, the fact that you don't just make it like a basic skill on top of that, you know, such as like the ground dodge recovery, like, why is that not a basic, like, default skill that you just have? You shouldn't need to unlock that ability. Okay. Where did my block go? I don't understand why they made that a double hit. Is it an accident? Did you just leave a hitbox in there somehow? It just doesn't make any fucking sense, dude. Can I just capitalize, please? They just make this impossible to do. As soon as he, like, second phase, if he has the option for a stagger hit, you just can't get it. Unless you can do it insanely fast, with like a super quick weapon. It's just not happening, man. What? Should have been out of range of that. Where was my block? There we go. For once it actually worked. I'm in a slightly better position for once, but still not exactly perfect. I hate that attack so much, dude. It's kind of shit. Grand. I just wanted to get some repairs, dude. Like, is that so much to ask? Where's my frames going? Like, I don't know why, but the game's just getting framey for some reason. Like, very badly framey. Like, it just doesn't seem to want to stop. What the hell is happening? Why can't I backpedal that anymore? Used to be able to all the time. Blame that on the frame rate just suddenly being shit. Why is my frame rate suffering so bad? It's been fine up until now, every time we got to this point in the game. Please block. I don't understand why it's so hard now. This was working fine before. Dude, fuck that attack. Genuinely, just stop doing it. What's happening to my game? Why are the frames suffering? Are we having a memory leak issue? What's going on? Now my entire encoder is being overloaded. What's happening? Yeah, it's suffering bad. I'm losing frames. I don't know what's going on, but I need to... I don't know if it's OBS that's failing me. Something is fucked. Like, real bad. Alright, let's take a moment here. It's not choppy anymore. I don't know if my internet was having problems. It doesn't seem like it, but suddenly my encoding just overloaded out of nowhere. It's been fine every time. As if I didn't have enough fucking problems with this boss fight. I just need this shit to happen now. Hey Liz, how's it going? Good to see you. Hope you're doing well. Yeah, I don't know what's going on. I don't know why it suddenly had issues there. I'm just going to give it a second. We're going to try again, and then hopefully it doesn't have problems. And if it does, I'm going to have to probably, like, restart my stream or something. Or lower my bitrate. I don't know if my... I don't know, man. That doesn't make any sense. It seemed like something in the game went real bad, or something in OBS went real bad, and it was fucking up both at the same time. Whatever it was, I hope it doesn't happen again. Okay. What can I do to make this not bullshit? We could bring this just for the hell of it. I mean, we don't really have the weight is the problem. I kind of almost want to switch back to my other saber just to have a lighter weapon, because the other one is just so slow. It's not even really that slow. There's so much slower weapons in this game. I don't even know how you'd like hit the guy with them, because he just doesn't give you openings like at all. I think it'd be real cool if in this game, when you've got an enemy in a staggerable state, if you continue to perfect guard, that they just become staggered rather than you having to capitalize with a charge attack. I mean, it's not only a charge attack. The game doesn't really advertise this, but certain Fable attacks will also put them in the staggered state. But it just, yeah, I don't know. Like, I would like to have a fair fight with the boss. And don't get me wrong, I could learn the timings a little bit better, I'm sure. But the problem is it just seems like, I don't know if it's their design issues, but it seems to me like certain bosses in this game, specifically large bosses, struggle with hitbox consistency in this game. This is not something I've ever really experienced much. I mean, even FromSoft does experience shit like this from time to time, like just weird hitboxes. But usually it's not so much just because your position is like slightly off. It's more like when you're just standing in a really weird spot that you're just like, oh, I didn't expect to get hit by that thing there, but apparently the hitbox extends out to this side a little bit. With this, if you're standing like anywhere but dead center in front of the boss, if you're like off to the side a little bit, if you're off to the other side a little bit, if you're a little too close, a little too far, out of like the perfect range, it seems to adjust the timings you need to do to actually get perfect guards, which is a bad thing in a game where you need to do perfect guards. Now, maybe what that means is just don't perfect guard and instead dodge, because you do get iframes, except for with the red attacks. At least, you know, I'm just trying to actually learn the dodge timing. I think you have to dodge early. I'm sacrificing this particular fight to just trying to learn how to dodge. Okay, just don't do anything, I guess. I still think some are probably worth blocking, but certain things might be better to dodge instead. Because if certain swing attacks would push you backwards, dodging through it instead so you can stay close to him is actually way better than just getting yourself shoved backwards. Okay, that was that block attempt, but for some reason it did not work. From, but I can't get there because there's too much shit in my way. See, that thing having a follow-up is kind of bullshit because you kind of can't defend against it. I could maybe get him in the staggered state there. Couldn't do anything. I tried. Camera literally just like started spinning upwards as soon as I... It's because, you know, big bosses, dude, they just have camera issues. I think dodging is a better strategy. Reminds me of Guardian Ape, but way, way worse. Yeah, basically, because like Guardian Ape, this is actually a two-phase fight, and I don't mean... Because I don't know how long you were watching, but as soon as we actually downed this big guy, there's a whole nother enemy we gotta fight. Like, there's a little dude inside of him that pops out, and we gotta fight him too. This is not the first time they've pulled like a really ridiculous two-phase boss fight on us like this, and it's... I don't know. I feel like their design philosophy is just a little bit flawed when it comes to the devs of Lies of P, but... Okay, dodge just did not come out. See, this attack I think would be good to go in on, but I can... Okay. I'll just get basically one shot by that. It wasn't technically OTG'd there, but I just was not able to react in time to the second hit. I need to get better at dealing with that particular red attack. It comes out so quickly, I'm just never ready for it. And it does so much damage that I'm kind of just screwed if I don't avoid it. Most particularly if the follow-up hits me. The one thing I can credit the devs for is putting your ergo in front of the door to every boss rather than in the arena, because it's always just kind of a pain in the ass to have to collect it in the arena. Like, I don't need any particular hand-holding here, but it just makes it one less thing you have to worry about in the middle of the fight. Okay, my block just got eaten there. Where did my dodge go? Of course. Oh, there goes that. You're already switching? Dude, you're... Okay. You're not even close to being at half health. See, like, just... That's the one we want to go in on. That's a stupid double hit. Feel way better about that if his health had been much lower. Like, what even is that hitbox, man? The arm wasn't even anywhere near me when it hit me. Hopefully no frame rate issues this time. I want to find an opportunity to use this, but come on, do your normal shit. I don't like that. Come on. I feel like I'm gonna be here for 5 years is the problem with this boss. Like, he just takes so long to do anything with. They really give their bosses, like, way too much HP, to be honest. Especially when it's going to be 2 phases like this. Like, I should be parrying him and hopefully breaking his weapon, but... What? That shouldn't hit me. Oh, come on. He can parry too, huh? That's gonna be not good. I don't know how frequently you have to parry something in order for the weapon to break. I'm just taking my time with it for now, but... I don't think he'll be a pushover if his weapon does break, but we certainly want it to happen anyway. Oh shit, why is that doing so much? Holy shit, what the fuck? I didn't know that fire could do that much damage. overheat before was one thing, but just stepping in the fire made me take like a ton just then. Oh, bro, I just want your weapon to break. Shit. No. Too early. No, what the hell? Did not mean to attack then. Oh, okay, now you have a follow-up suddenly. Okay. Why is the reach suddenly just insane? And you just fucking do something instead of RP walking the entire... Okay. I don't quite understand what the seam is for this boss. He's just... If you stay close to him, he just flails like crazy. If you keep your distance, he RP walks until he suddenly does a bunch of anime moves. Looks like they sometimes come out delayed. Sometimes it's just me mistiming it, because I honestly think the timings in this game are actually more harsh than Sekiro. Sekiro has quite a forgiving, as much as it might not seem like it, anytime you're like trying to learn how to play Sekiro. At the very least, Sekiro's like perfect guard timing just seems far more consistent than this game. So I feel like they really tried to do something similar, but I don't know that they quite perfected it. I feel like they got kind of close, but then with the inconsistencies of certain things, it's too far off. Can't see. Where did my dodge go? Should have definitely come out in time. Of course you would do that and not like... See, I just feel robbed, man. Like, when the bar glows like that, just go ahead and kill me. When the bar glows like that, that's your only opportunity to stagger and then capitalize on big hits. But the game just doesn't give you any tools to actually make the staggering, like, go in your favor. If the boss can just keep comboing, sometimes you just never get a chance to do it. It just boils down to RNG at that point, which does not feel good. It's not a good system. They really needed to kind of do that a little bit better. And I can tell you one way they could easily get around that would have just been to make it so that if you keep perfect blocking when they're about to stagger, that they just stagger. Instead of it being required to be something that you have to do some big charged hit to do, because it just takes too long and they just combo you right out. It's just not a good design. Like, genuinely speaking, I like this game a lot. It really suffers from a few problems, some very specific problems. Camera is not great in this fight either. See, sometimes you can kind of anticipate it, and then if you get a good chance to do it, like, it'll work. But it's really hard to tell when exactly that's going to happen sometimes. See, and this sucks. I don't like that he's phase transitioning at 75% HP instead of 50. I don't understand how that missed me. Why did my block not happen? Course. See now, could I possibly get a chance to get in here? Oh, yep. Just because I happen to dodge and I got RNG good enough to let me do it in the first place. Hey, Alexandria, how's it going? Sorry, I'll catch up on chat here when I inevitably fail this attempt. That's the one we want to run from. And he was going to do the one we want him to do. See, like, why is that a double hit? It just, you can't do anything about. Okay, I tried to dodge there, but dodge in specifically. Like, that attack is great if you're close when he does it, because you can dodge in and he'll just miss you a bunch. But if you're far away, it's dangerous as hell. Can't say it for spoilery reasons, but I wanted to drop by and remind y'all that valid and worthy of the kindness and grace you need to be your best self. Agreed. I hope you're doing well, Alexandria. Sorry, I suddenly can't talk today. This boss is, I don't know. I've been stuck on this for a while now. It sucks, like, genuinely. It's not a good feeling. I really feel like the Lies of P devs have something really great here, but it's unfortunately held back by them missing the fundamental FromSoft rule of tough but fair. These games, you know, I'm not saying you can't God Gamer your way through these fights if you know exactly what to do and just trivialize them, but the fights themselves just aren't that well balanced. They're cool, they're super fucking cool, but they are sometimes just not fun to do, which sucks. Attack he was going for there. I hate that combo. That combo can suck my dick. It just sucks, dude. That red attack, like, I don't know why, but my brain just can't register it fast enough before I get hit. Like, everything else in the game, I think it's because he does it so rarely. Like, at least with the Archbishop, the stupid butt slams were, like, something he would do frequently. They still sucked, but eventually you'd get used to the timings, even though there were two of them, which made it really shitty, but you could at least figure out the timings on them because he would actually do the attack fairly frequently. With this one, it just comes out once in a blue moon and you're just never fucking ready for it. have gotten the perfect block there. Also, definitely should have gotten one there. Really lame that that's a double hit. Like, I'm not even sure you can dodge it properly because of it being a double hit. I need to start dodging that attack. The big sweeps I just need to start dodging in general so I can get in there and just fight him. Okay, that hits well behind him, apparently. I hate the double hit. Where'd my dodge go? I was so awestruck by the fact that I got the fucking block properly on that red attack that... Oh great, I got hit by his hand and couldn't leave. What a great design. Can you just fucking die already? I'd love to get to this phase with like a few more fucking heals in my pocket. Yeah, I want a buff, dude. No, of course you would do that. Yeah. That's the first time I've been caught by that, but... Come on. Have a good night, Sass. What? I hate that shit. It just behaves differently when you're at close range. Oh, okay, you're gonna follow up now? Of course you are. I wish the game could just decide when it wants to combo and when it should be just a singular hit. Because you just never know. It's just like, am I going to do one hit on this exact same attack, or am I going to follow it up with an instant bullshit attack so that you never know and will never know when you can actually safely attack? Just love it if they'd fucking decide on like a design God, I cannot fucking talk today. a design philosophy to stick to. Instead of just like, let's try everything from Soft and see what works and what doesn't, and, you know, not really hone anything, just kind of make it sort of okay. Okay, that should have worked, but of course he follows that up. Iron, oh, of course. I don't like that those things persist. Because if one of those lands near where you are at the start of this, you would just take damage. Where are my blocks? Come on, with these fucking endless combos. Do something I can capitalize on, please. I hate you. I hate you so much. I was ready for something else. Oh, great. That's new. Okay. If you get caught in that, you're just fucked, basically. What? Now you have like an instant version of that shit? Of course. You get caught by the hook, you just die. Yep, of course, of course. Couldn't do anything to avoid it. Because depending on the distance, you just... Unless you perfect guard or perfect dodge it, you basically just will get caught because he like slingshots practically behind you when you're backpedaling. Every other time when he does that thing, he's at the perfect distance for you to just like do a simple relaxed dodge or even just keep on backpedaling and it won't hit, but slightly too far ahead. No. You're just fucked. I think I'm slowly getting better at the fight at least. You know, obviously we can make the fight way easier by just summoning a Spectre, I guess, or probably easier anyway. I don't want to use that. Where'd my block go? Once again, I ask you. I'm getting fatigued at this point, man. I've been streaming for 5.5 hours. I don't ever really like leaving a stream in the middle of a boss fight. It's a feels bad man moment. But I'm just losing my timings now. It sucks. Like, genuinely, I think we've been stuck on this dude as long as we have for the bishop now. Which is so weird, because the first time we fought him, I mean, I wouldn't say I fought him well, but, like, it seemed so easy. And then I got to the second phase and was like, okay, well, we just don't have the resources. Hey, Dr. Grossly, how's it going? Like, genuinely, I want to get past this guy, also just so that you guys don't have to watch me fight this guy for eternity, you know? Get out of this because he's got me cornered. I'd really like to just not be here. He's being a fucking jackass right now. Oh, not what I thought you were gonna do there when you started talking. That's a double hit. I hate it so fucking much. It's so stupid. Oh, great. He fucking canceled and dodged. I didn't know he could do that. I can't see half the time what the hell he's doing. Where did my dodge go? Every attack looks like every other attack, dude. I hate that he can do that now. It's like, unless he starts that attack when you're very close, and allowing you to just kind of capitalize on hitting him a bunch. How are you still not staggered? I hit you with like 15 different charge attacks there. This is a terrible fight. I'm good. Good. Now he just does that every time, dude. It's so annoying. How are you still just not staggered at all? Okay, well. You know what, dude? Just... I almost don't even want to go into the next phase. It's such a bad fight. Oh, we're out of heals. How did that hit me? Just give me something good that I can use, buddy. What? I dodged. Of course. Well, so much for that. No, fuck off. The instant fucking... Ugh. Oh, come on, game. What the fuck? Now he wants to spam the fucking bullshit. The scythe throw sucks. Like, most of the rest of the stuff he does is manageable, but, like, the scythe throw... Unless you're, like, really on top of your game, it just hits you, and then he fucking warps right over to you, and you're just kind of fucked. Like, you just don't even have time to dodge the follow-up if you actually get hit by the first one. But yeah, I may have to unfortunately stop soon because I'm just feeling tired now. I'm sure it didn't help that I started the stream, like, really tired today, but... Hang on a second, I need to hydrate. Alright. Let's give this one or two more tries, and then I'll probably just have to call it, I guess. Hang on a second. Here's my... well, I guess I can't wait there, but... Dodged. Come on now, don't do that shit. Is the stream still okay for y'all? My stream feed is just looking kind of weird, so... What? I can't believe that hit me there. Excuse you? Oh great, he jumped away with it. Why are my dodges just not coming out, dude? That was early. I don't understand, man. Sometimes the dodges just don't want to fucking come out. Hello? Would have helped if I could see what I'm doing. Just keep on bullshitting. Okay, just keep on bullshitting, I guess. Okay. Just want you the game to decide if it wants me to dodge earlier or later, because half the time they just don't want to fucking come out. I just don't have time to do anything in this fight. He just instantly combos as soon as I start to even charge an attack. Okay, just no block, I guess. Can I get the good one, please? I don't know why you're just focused on doing that all the time now. Never any time. Double hit. I swear to God, the game is just starting to ignore my inputs, or either that or I'm just slowing down. It's probably the latter, honestly. You know what, man? I hate this, but I think I'm done. I can see people are checking out as well, so I think everybody else is done too. At least most everybody. Yeah, so I think I'm just gonna call it there. I'm not done with this. I'm going to come back and I'm going to beat this fucker, but you know, my neck hurts, I'm just tired, and I just feel fatigued from this fight. I really don't ever like interrupting a stream, or like ending a stream in mid-boss fight like this, but I've never struggled with bosses as much as I have in a game, in like a Souls-like before. Like genuinely, I don't know what it is about Lies of P, but like, I don't want to say none of it's on my end. I'm sure it is, but I don't think this is like the pinnacle of high skill, if you know what I mean. I think this is just some shit in this game does not work the way it's supposed to. I don't know if there's a delay problem, if certain animations just aren't as readable as they should be. I think that's a big part of the problem. Too many animations look like other animations, number one. And then when you see an animation, you're like, I know what that attack I know what attack that is, and you go to block or dodge in the timing. If you're just standing in a slightly off position, you just get hit anyway. At least that's what it feels like, because I don't think my timing is changing that much. It's either that or it truly is the pinnacle of skill and you just have to have frame perfect inputs, which seems unlikely because if they really wanted you to have frame perfect inputs, they should have fucking probably advertised that in the game to be like, this shit is going to be the hardest fucking thing you've ever played, because without frame perfect inputs, you will die every fucking time. But I just don't think that's true. I don't think that's the case. I legitimately think that there are actual inconsistencies, like, not to just shift the blame away from my own, like, lack of skill or something, but as someone who has beaten every other Souls game with minimal problems, and that is not, like, I know Charlie likes to say I'm a god gamer. I don't pretend like I am. I am not the best out there in any respect. But because of just my experience of playing games over the years, most of the time when I approach a game like this, it does not take me long to beat it, because I just have a lot of experience. That's really what it boils down to. I'm not on my A game today, so that's probably a little bit of the problem, but in general, I had this same fucking shit where I got stuck like 2 bosses ago on a boss that had the exact same issue of just, let's make this an absolutely ridiculous 2-phase boss fight where They get an absurd amount of HP. They never give you good openings to attack, and you just have to literally like find the most struggle strat to make shit work properly. You know, I want to beat this on my own, but this is the first time in a long time I've ever felt tempted to look up a video to see how somebody actually did this well, because I feel like I'm misunderstanding something. I feel like the game misunderstands the market, or rather the devs misunderstood something fundamental about this game. But that doesn't mean that you can't become an amazing pro at this game. I either don't have the natural skill to do it, or I don't understand how to do it, if that makes sense. Like I just can't see the seams to kind of like work my way into like just making the fight go smoothly. I wouldn't even say become easy, but like, again, by comparison, I don't find Millennia from Elden Ring to be anywhere near this difficult for me. And she's a fucking hard boss. Depending on my build, like some builds that I fought her with felt way too overpowered, and I killed her very easily. With other builds, it's much more of a struggle, but I still usually am mostly fine unless I just fuck up something. Because I typically tend to play with somewhat low vitality builds like I'm doing right now, which is probably part of my problem. But, you know, even so, it doesn't usually take me more than a handful of tries to just beat the challenge. I don't think I've ever been this hard stuck on boss fights in a Souls-like sort of game, or a straight up FromSoft game, either in a long time or straight up ever on stream. Off of stream, there's probably been a couple, but the last one I can genuinely think of that I was ever really stuck on for a long time was the first time I fought Ludwig in Bloodborne. I did not understand how the fuck you were supposed to fight that boss. The first phase specifically. The second phase I actually found easier. And weirdly enough, some people struggle a lot with the second phase and find the first phase easy, and then there's people who find it more like me. They find the first phase like so erratic that it's hard to judge, and then the second phase is easy. But that was what I struggled with. Like the last time I clearly remember struggling a lot with a FromSoft boss was Ludwig, the first time I played the DLC, which was many years ago. That is not to say that I'm amazing at games. I just want to be clear. I'm not trying to brag or anything, but just because I play games so much, usually I can approach something like this, and within like a handful of tries, I eventually get it down. Some bosses, you know, they're just really, truly hard. They're going to take me more tries. Could take 10, could take 20, but within like an hour, I'm good. I'm done. Not 3 hours, 4 hours, 5 hours. Like this is a new thing for me on stream at the very least. Yeah, I don't know. Maybe somebody else has a better memory than me and can think of a time that I've been this hard stuck on something else that I've streamed before, but I genuinely can't think of anything. And the thing is, I don't even feel bad about that because I know it's not just me. I have seen other people play this game. Some people are just either very lucky or truly godly at this and just manage to do this shit in like a couple of tries. I don't know fucking how they do that. But I've looked at other streamers that are, you know, around my skill level or maybe a little under because they don't play this stuff as much, or, you know, this type of game, I mean, or maybe a little bit better. Like Penny, you know, we've rated Penny. Some of you are probably familiar with Penny, at least, maybe most of you. I would say she's about the same skill level as me, you know, in general. I don't know if she has this. I don't think she's been playing games as long as I have. I'm older than she is. But, you know, she has tons of FromSoft experience because she's played them like crazy on her streams. So games, Souls-likes, I expect her to be very good at because she has so much experience with them. You know what I mean? Like, after a while, when you play these kind of games enough, it just kind of clicks for you, and it kind of feels sort of samey, new and fun, but it's the same old, you know, familiar stomping ground. So it's not usually hard to adapt to some new fight that you haven't experienced before. But whatever it is about this, there's just, I don't know, man. Like, I understand, I think, the fundamental idea they want you to use to defend yourself in this game, as far as either getting perfect guards or dodging. Although it's weird because the dodge used to suck in the demo. So I used to think dodging was basically just trash, kind of like it is in Sekiro. Like, you can dodge in Sekiro, but most of the time you just want to parry. But I'll tell you this, man, in Sekiro, parrying is fucking consistent. You either perfect parry with a more forgiving window, or if you fail your perfect parry, you typically just accidentally block anyway, in which case you're just taking some posture damage. And if you do get posture broken, that sucks, but you're not taking damage to your health at the same time every time you block a hit, unless you're playing with without the Kuro's charm thing, which is a hard difficulty adjustment. But basically this game's default setting is no Kuro's charm, except it's worse because you actually take way more damage when you block an attack than you do when you perfect guard. Compared to Sekiro, you just take like a little chip damage every time you just do a regular block, which still makes it really difficult, but like, I don't know. I just find the parrying in Sekiro to be far more consistent. Like, it's hard. It's got a skill ceiling to it, or rather it's got a steep learning curve. But once you learn how to parry, especially get the good parry timing with Sekiro, it may take you some practice to like really master a boss fight, but it's doable. All you got to do is learn how to parry, and you have the skills that you need to start learning how to master any boss fight in that game. Like, legitimately any boss fight. With this, I don't know, man. The animations are so fucking tricky to read because so many of them look the same. They look absolutely goddamn the same. Like, 3 different attacks I can think of right now that this motherfucker does just in his very first phase look like the same fucking attack, but they're 3 different attacks with slight variations. And then, you know, when you get into the next part, like once his HP is down, he does basically the same thing, but now it's harder and a little faster, so you gotta get used to that. And then the fucking Romeo, the second actual boss fight that's connected to this, what should be one singular boss, is just fucking crazy. Sekiro made that into an art again, though. Tough but fair, and it really doesn't look tough and fair, especially while the thing where you can't capitalize on hard fought meter buildup. So one thing I will try to, and I'll walk this back a little bit just to give this game some slack. I wouldn't say credit. The parrying isn't consistent, and that's a bad thing, but capitalizing on the parries, like getting your attack windows in, the reason why that's so good in Sekiro is that you only have one weapon, you only play as one guy, combat is all balanced around one experience. In this, you do play as the same character and all that kind of stuff, and you don't get a lot of, like, tons of different combinations of options like you would in something like Elden Ring. But you do get quite a few possible ways of doing things in this, and yeah, some weapons are going to be a little slow, and I am using a somewhat slow weapon. But here's the thing, even though I'm using like a greatsword blade on a one-handed weapon hilt, it's actually not that slow compared to some of the other shit. Like, just to illustrate what I'm talking about, watch this. This, in the middle of a boss fight, feels like an eternity to charge. It's slow as shit. But when you're just watching me do this, this doesn't feel that slow. That's a charged attack. Now look at this. You can tell that that's clearly much slower to pull off. This is, I think, one of the biggest design flaws in the game. Not that there are different speeds to charge attacks, but that the only way to stagger an opponent, assuming that you want to capitalize on staggers, which you pretty much always do, this should not be the only easy way to do it. There is I say the only easy way. It's not really easy in the first place. I don't want to say the only way to do it because it's not technically the only way to do it. You can also do it by using a Fable art if you have a Fable art that attacks. So in the case of, hang on. In this thing's case, if I have to use multiples of these. It's kind of a waste, but I just want to show this off. if I do this, that will also capitalize on somebody's stagger. The reason I typically don't use this ability is because I have an amulet equipped right now that the more pulse cells that I have charged, I get a damage bonus from. So I tend to not use my Fable catalyst or my Fable slots right now. I don't know. That's probably maybe not the best thing. Honestly, I probably shouldn't be leaning too hard into that amulet's ability. It does improve your damage, don't get me wrong. It 100% does. But it maybe is not enough of a degree that like you shouldn't use your special abilities. Anyway, I don't know. Like it just seems like if you just if something is in a staggerable state, as they call it, as in not staggered, but it is about to be staggered by if you capitalize on that state. In other words, when their health bar glows white, if you continue to perfect guard, if you continue to perfect guard like so, I feel like that should be enough to potentially posture break someone. Because I'm trying to remember, it's been a while since I played Sekiro, but in Sekiro, you get kind of a similar deal. You don't have to do a charge attack. You just have to basically keep parrying, and once you get a good enough parry, I can't remember if they instantly get posture broken or if you have to attack them. I think they just instantly get posture broken if you get another good perfect deflect though. But that's all it takes. It's like if they just made it so all you had to do was that, then you could capitalize on stagger far more consistently in this game. But instead, the only way they let you do it consistently, you know, unless you have Fable to use, is this shit. Like I have to do a charge attack, and on top of that, this second swing you see there is what actually triggers it. So I have to go through the animation of charging, swinging, and swinging again for it to actually trigger. That's super slow in the middle of a fight. The only way I can make that better would be to have something like this in my offhand. I mean, maybe your basic Legion arm can do it. That would be like a good way to make your basic Legion arm like worthwhile, like to just run up and punch when something's about to be staggered. But see, like switching to this and then just doing like, well, that one's actually kind of slow. Hang on. I mean, it's not that slow, but like compared to this, like that's actually really fast. It's very short range, but I used this on the bishop, and the charged attack is much quicker. So, you know, if you have like a weapon that you have like, you know, I don't currently keep one because it makes me a little too heavy with the equipment that I have on. But if it's a reason to potentially hold something like a dagger in your offhand, because then you could potentially capitalize on, you know, a staggerable state a little bit more easily than having to do this. You won't get quite the same amount of damage from triggering it or anything, but you can at least do that, quickly switch back to your other weapon, and then do the fatal attack. But the main reason I don't do that, despite having thought of that eons ago, is that not only is it extra inputs, but doing this and then being able to instantly follow up with extra hits before I do the fatal trigger allows me to get extra damage in. But if I'm taking that time, you know, to swap between weapons, I'm just wasting time. So, you know, there's just not like a perfect way, unless you're just already using a dagger like I was on the bishop fight, because then when you're just using the dagger, you don't have to worry about swapping. Which almost makes me want to just play this with the fucking dagger, but its damage is a little low. Anywho. Isn't it also a thing in Dark Souls? There you roll and you have an attack window. Now only the dodge, not only the dodge is now a deflect. Oh wait, now the dodge is a deflect or block or parry or whatever. So in Dark Souls, there's a very specific, even like the very first Dark Souls, there's a very specific like ebb and flow. Let me show you with like a basic enemy here what I want to say. In Dark Souls 1, enemies are not very fast, and you can typically just like cycle around behind most of them. In this game, most of the time enemies have an ebb and flow where it's just like, okay, she's going to do an attack, maybe she'll follow up, but then I have a clear opportunity to attack her after she's done. That is the typical Souls-like. You can see I have plenty of window to attack there. That's the normal ebb and flow. In Souls games, that is also typically how bosses operate. They'll do a couple of attacks, maybe a big combo, but then they'll have a slight down period, which gives you enough time to get an attack or two, depending on the speed of your weapon. Now, because she's also a fodder enemy, much like in Souls, sometimes you can just spam them down. So a lot of enemies work that way, but some of them don't. Some of them don't really give you much time. And so instead you have to perfectly dodge through their attacks or perfectly guard parry their stuff until you get them into a staggerable state. Then wait for just the right window of attack to stagger them, and then you can capitalize on some damage. When it comes to bosses, you saw how it was. Like, the dude swings and he does combos and then he stops, which should be my window to attack. But then the moment I go to attack, he's basically swinging again already. I don't really get much time. Unless all I do is like one little hit like this, at least with this weapon, because it's just slow enough that that's basically all I have time for. But instead, what I need to do, especially because it causes more stagger damage, is this. But you can see that it's too slow, because if a boss attacks and then I immediately, even if I'm in the prime position for it, if I immediately try to go like this, most attacks will already be started before my second attack even lands. So there's very few situations where I can actually pull this attack off safely without getting hurt. Which again, if that's my only reliable way to trigger a stagger, this puts me in an incredibly difficult position because I have to find a way to do that while he's staggerable, which is a very short window. And half the time, I'll try to go for it at exactly what seems like an okay enough time, but it's just not perfect enough. And since it triggers on the second hit of this swing, I'll get hit before the second hit comes out and it'll get interrupted, and then I just miss my opportunity entirely. So you just always have to be waiting for like this absolutely perfect conditions to be met for you to be able to do shit like that, which is way harder than Sekiro ever was. And it's so much more tedious too, which I gotta be honest, that particular aspect of the design isn't very fun. Like, I like that it has a staggerable thing. I like that, you know, all of those things can be implemented and that kind of stuff. I just think that all they needed to do was make it so that an enemy can be staggered with something else aside from just those two things. Because either you're not going to have Fable, or even potentially a Fable attack that's capable of staggering them, or you have a charged R2 that's just too slow to capitalize, like outside of absolutely perfect pristine conditions, which you can't wait around for. And it just makes it so that like your best opportunity to deal damage, because the bosses are so tanky, are very few and far between. Whereas like I could go fight, I don't know, I could go fight fucking Millennia again, just to continue to harp on that same example, parry her 3 times, and then I can get a riposte. It's not huge damage unless I'm using like a crit build, but I can just repeatedly do that through the fight. And actually, if I'm any good at parrying her, which I'm not great, but if I was, and it's certainly possible to be, and it's certainly what this game expects you to be, is a master of parrying or a master of dodging, or, well, really both. Then, you know, you'd be able to just kind of fucking consistently parry her over and over again, and just after 3 parries, you riposte. After 3 parries, you riposte. After 3 parries, you riposte. And then, because it doesn't let you kill her first phase on a riposte, then you just wait for her to stand up and you smack her once. But then in the next phase, you just basically do the same fucking thing. You just have more AoEs you have to avoid. You know, the only thing that makes Millennia difficult at that point is Waterfowl. If it weren't for Waterfowl, she'd actually be like a super balanced fight, to be honest. It's really just Waterfowl that makes her a pain in the ass, particularly when she does it point blank. It's dodgeable at point blank, but it's, man, is it fucking difficult to do. So yeah, I don't know. I think if this just followed the Sekiro rules of like one more perfect guard will be enough to get the stagger, or a charge attack, or a fable attack, you know, just add that extra condition, it'd be so much easier. Maybe they consider that too easy, I suppose, but it still requires skill to have to perfect guard, you know? And just like in Sekiro, if you don't pull that off correctly, you miss your opportunity and you have to kind of set that shit up again. And it's really balanced in Sekiro. It feels good. It's not too easy. It feels good. You know what I mean? Like, if you fuck up your posture breaks on enemies, you gotta like set that shit up again. But if you do succeed, it doesn't feel like it's too easy of a game. It still takes a lot to master a game like Sekiro. I just feel like either the learning curve on this game is insanely fucking steep, like much more than Sekiro ever was, which I don't consider to be specifically a good design, or there's just some serious inconsistencies, and I personally think it's more the latter. Not to specifically blame the game rather than my own skill, but because I know I need to just get better at the fight too. But even when I feel like I'm doing a good job, I still miss certain blocks, dodges, etc., despite pressing the button in the exact same, or at least what feels like the same timing. But because my angle is slightly off or something like that, it's just like, nope, you just didn't get the block. And I know I'm not the only person to feel that experience, because I've talked to a number of people about this game just kind of in passing who have shared similar frustrations of like, it just seems like my blocks or my dodges are being eaten because they're just not happening. And originally, I thought that was because we were just doing them too early or too late. But honestly, anytime you try to adjust and do it a little bit earlier, a little bit too late, you either end up with a normal block or you just don't get a block at all as well because you're too late. And so you just take a fucking crap ton of damage, you know? Anyways. Sorry for all the extra rantiness about this. I just feel like getting my thoughts out here because genuinely, I like this game a lot, actually. But it's really frustrating because it just feels so close to being actually kind of great, but it's missing the mark in a big way. I still don't necessarily, I wouldn't say I don't recommend the game or anything like that, and I still want to finish it. I know other people have already. People who've been grinding the game out like crazy and have you know, more time on their hands, I suppose, to be able to stream, and are also just god gamers, unlike me, like in the real sense, and can just somehow get through some of these fights like insanely easily. I don't know if that just comes down to luck, or if people just like, if they're doing like a straight up vitality build and maybe just having a ton of HP just really makes all the difference. I don't know. Doesn't seem like it though, because you know, when I've watched other people play the game with like maybe not crazy amounts of HP, but at least a lot more than I have or even had, it still seemed like some enemies were just straight up two-shotting them, which made it feel like vitality wasn't really that useful. But I don't know. It's obviously there to kind of help, you know, absorb some of your mistakes. But even now that I have like 7 heals, I feel like I can never get through a fight or like a fight like this even, and like make it to the second phase and have like a good amount of heals. I did it once. I got to the second phase and had like 5 fucking heals once, but I still fucked it up because, you know, they couldn't be bothered to make the second phase like a little easier. You know, they're still just like, oh, we're gonna have this guy run around and anime pose and RP walk and shit, and then he's just gonna fucking zoom around all over the place and still have just like an absurd amount of HP, even though he probably shouldn't. But I don't know. I mean, I like doing game analysis type stuff, like genuinely. I don't think this is just pure rantiness. These are just genuinely how I feel about the game. I'm also the type of person who is totally okay with being wrong. I could be wrong about a lot of what I'm saying right now. Maybe I just suck at the game. I don't feel like I suck at the game, although it feels like I suck at this boss right now, but mainly just because parts of the boss fight don't feel, I don't know, they don't feel fair. Not impossible to do or anything, but just there's elements about it that just don't seem to work the way they should. Much like the bishop. And it doesn't help too that there's like numerous camera angle problems. I mean, that's always been like a Souls issue. Like even Guardian Ape, since that came up earlier as an example, Guardian Ape has a lot of camera problems too, because he's a huge boss that if you get a little too close to a wall somewhere, your camera's gonna suffer, and that can be exactly what comes up to kill you. But I tell you what, man, like, people struggle with Guardian Ape. I'm pretty sure I first tried his first phase. I actually expected him to have a second phase, because I was like, that seemed too easy, mainly because I first tried him. Then when I got to his second phase, I fucked up and I had to do it a couple of times, but at no point did I feel like Guardian Ape was a bullshit fight. He's a tough fight, but after a handful of tries, he was down and I felt good about myself. Some fights in certain games, especially with Souls-like, you don't necessarily feel great after you've, beaten the boss, because it doesn't feel like a triumph. Sometimes you just feel like, hey, I finally got the good RNG, and I managed to get past this bullshit boss, but I don't know if I want to fight it again. Like, I don't know if I want to play this again. I feel like, when I'm running through areas, I can see myself, like, playing this again, but every time I come across a boss like this, I'm just like, am I going to want to do this again in the future? Like, maybe New Game Plus will be way easier. I don't know, but if there even is New Game Plus. Or maybe I'll gain some hidden knowledge that I just don't have right now that'll make playing this way easier. I don't know. But, because I thought maybe even just adjusting my strategy to just dodge more would help, but, like, I mean, I think it did in some respects, but there's just so many attacks that are just even difficult to dodge as much as they're difficult to perfect parry. And, because so many attacks look fucking similar when they're being telegraphed, sometimes it's hard to tell when to dodge, when to parry, etc. And then you gotta, like, find time to actually attack, and it just feels like you never have any. But it's so weird, because, like I said, the first time I fought him, I just kind of kept my distance, and he went down pretty easily. And, I mean, I had to heal a bunch of times, because I didn't really know the fight, but, like, by the time I got to the end of it, I was just like, wow, he was an easy boss. Now that I've done this a bajillion times, I no longer feel that way. He just feels like bullshit. Some of it, like, his first phase doesn't feel that hard, but when he gets into his second phase and he just plays keep away with you the whole time with, his fucking spaghetti arms, there's just so many moves that he does that I'm just like, I don't know how to deal with this in such a way where I can, like, really capitalize on it. I just have to evade or perfect guard and hope for the best. But anyway, yeah, I'm gonna go ahead and call it there, guys. Apologies for being stuck on this for so long and ranting, but thank you for letting me rant and or also just share my thoughts. At least getting that out at the end of stream feels good, to just kind of wind down some and not be frustrated about it. Because the thing is, I don't even really feel that frustrated about the fight. I'm actually just tired, but because believe it or not, I actually really like the design of the fight. I just wish that it was more consistent. I felt that way about the Bishop too. Like, there's some undeniably cool things in this game. That's why I like it. But yeah, man, it's a little rough. It's a little rough around the edges. Let's just put it that way. Lies of P, really cool, bit rough around the edges. Maybe more than a bit. Maybe some of that shit will get patched at some point. I would love to be able to beat the game before any of that shit gets patched. Not even just because I'm egotistical about it, but just to know that I can is a good feeling, I guess. And obviously, if I really just get fed up with the boss, I can just be like, let me summon a Spectre and just make it easy, I suppose. But I don't know. I just would prefer not to do that, like, because I've never really needed to in other Souls games, or the few Souls-likes that I've played. I always just go it solo and usually come out on top. Like, sometimes it takes me a few tries, but I always get there. But yeah, man, outside of fucking Ludwig, I don't think I've ever been this stuck on bosses before. I'm sure there have been other ones that I was, like, stuck for a while on, but not, like, hours and hours. Ludwig was, like, the only one I can literally think of that took me hours to beat in any FromSoft game. Like, an hour I could understand, like, having to spend like 10, 15 tries or something, and it all adds up to like an hour or something, sure. Certainly didn't take me longer than that to beat like Sword Saint Ishin for the first time. Or Millennia, or anyone else you can think of. I think my very first playthrough of Dark Souls 1, I think Gwyn took me several tries. I wouldn't say I spent hours on him though. I fought him like 10 times and then was just like, I don't know how to beat this boss. And then I just loaded myself up with like Havel's armor and a spear and a whole bunch of bullshit. And it didn't really make the fight easier, but I could survive it more, and then I just won eventually. So I didn't really feel stuck. I just felt like I didn't understand the fight, but that was my very first Souls experience, so you know, is what it is. It was a very noob way of doing it. Just if you can understand that, yes, I too was once an extreme Souls noob and didn't know what I had no fucking clue what I was doing, and still managed to make it all the way through the entire game. Pretty much without even changing my build up until literally Gwyn, because the dude attacks so quick that I was just like, I don't know how to fight this guy. Like, he just seems so punishingly difficult. Mind you, I barely parried at all in the first time I played the game. I was like, oh, I don't think I can parry. I'm too much of a wimpy noob. I don't know how to do this in time. Like, I'll dodge and I'll circle around and backstab. But if I had known that, I didn't even assume that you could parry Gwyn, to be honest. I just assumed you couldn't. Because he's literally the final boss of the first game, but anywho. Yeah, I'm gonna call it there, guys. Thanks again for hanging out with me. I appreciate it a lot. Hopefully when we get a chance to play this next, I can get this guy down. I'd love to be able to literally just start this up tomorrow and do that, but tomorrow is the 21st, which is another reason why I really wanted to get this boss fight down, so I wouldn't have like this kind of waiting in limbo. But the 21st, we have Separate Ways coming out, so I'm probably gonna play that on release, unless I just am not up to streaming tomorrow, in which case, you know, it'll be Friday. But I'm unless I really have the urge to do this, the plan is to do Separate Ways tomorrow. I'm hoping that'll take like one stream to do the entirety of it, but I don't know. I'm not gonna rush through it, so we'll see. Like, it had a fair bit of content in the original, so we'll see how big it actually is. But anywho, have a great rest of your day / night, everybody. Thanks again for hanging out with me. I appreciate it a lot. Hopefully we'll get this guy down, I don't know, sometime over the weekend, because I probably will stream tomorrow but not Friday. But yeah, and then pretty soon we'll make some more time for Baldur's Gate 3, I promise. But yeah, have a good one, everybody. Take care. Bye-bye.